The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Johnson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Mr. Shebo, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Representative Byrd,
Excused.
Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, just right in the middle, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English is excused. Espinoza, Foray, Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia is excused. Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, right there. Jackson, Representative Jackson is excused. Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, she's there. Leader, Lindsay, Representative Lindsay is excused. Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Representative Lukens is excused. Mabry, Rep. Mabry is excused. Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, Representative Morrow. Morrow is excused. McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Representative Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks, Rep. Ricks
Excused.
is excused. Rootenell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Soper,
Here.
Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Representative Valdez is excused. Velasco, Rep. Velasco is excused. Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Representative Woog is excused. And Representative Zokai is excused. And Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Shebel. With 57 present and 8 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Friday Eve. So, no matter how you roll, burritos bring flavor to life. Happy National Burrito Day. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we do have business. I'll invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolution.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of a resolution. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 8.
Senate Joint Resolution 8 by Senators Bridges and Amabile, also Representatives Byrd and Taggart, concerning designating March 3rd, 2025 as Buy Colorado Day and March 3rd through 10th, 2025 as Buy Colorado Week in Colorado, and in connection therewith, acknowledging the significant global contributions of homegrown Colorado brands and businesses.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Joint Resolution 008 and ask that it be read.
Mr. Shebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas Colorado is home to nearly 700,000 small businesses that employ more than 1.2 million people, and whereas 9 Fortune 500 companies have chosen Colorado for their global headquarters, and more are on their way. And whereas Colorado was the first home for products now recognized the whole world over, including Crocs, the Snap Button Western shirt, Jolly Ranchers, Coors Banquet beer, the Denver boot, the Polar bottle, the Denver omelet, the cowboy hat, the Chipotle burrito, outdoor Christmas lights, Celestial Seasonings tea, the root beer float, Otterbox, the Slopper, Pop Sockets, and even the cheeseburger, among others. And whereas the Centennial State's stunning natural beauty and unparalleled access to spectacular outdoor recreation have inspired local entrepreneurs to produce and sell everything from bicycles to fly fishing reels to backpacks, sleeping bags, cylinder stoves, rafts, tents, coolers, campers, and more. And whereas the state's more than 13,000 restaurants and taverns, 69% of which are independently owned and operated, generate more than $20 billion in economic activity and employ 11% of the state's labor force. And whereas Colorado is home to more than 100 craft distilleries, the 6th most of any state, whose products are savored globally, especially in mountain towns stretching from Steamboat Springs to Salida. And whereas the state's legendary brewing industry has cemented our state as the state of craft beer, with more than 400 craft breweries generating more than $2.4 billion in economic impact. And whereas Colorado is one of the nation's top agricultural states, generating $47 billion annually in economic activity and employing more than 195,000 people who produce world-famous cattle, dairy, sheep and lambs, wool, alfalfa, potatoes, cantaloupes, onions, apples, peaches, grapes, and lemons, and more. And whereas Colorado's natural products and consumer packaged goods businesses, or CPG businesses, repeatedly set global examples for conscious capitalism, with the state's annual food manufacturing exports topping $2.3 billion. And whereas the state is home to the first licensed adult-use cannabis brands and retailers in the world, which paved the way for Colorado's groundbreaking business opportunities in the nascent natural medicine market. And whereas the most important thing Coloradans can do to grow their communities, spark innovation, inspire meaning, and create jobs is to spend their money close to home. And whereas the 303 area code was one of the country's first area codes and initially covered the entire state of Colorado. And whereas March 3rd can be marked on calendars as 303. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize that Colorado businesses and brands are one of the many reasons that Colorado is the best state in the country. Designate Monday, March 3rd, 2025, or 303 Day, to be Buy Colorado Day in the state of Colorado. Designate the week of March 3rd through 10th, 2025 to be Buy Colorado Week in the state of Colorado, and urge Coloradans this week, today, and every day to spend their hard-earned dollars at local businesses that benefit us all.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'm honored to stand here in front of you today with my friend, although she was a little bit, she had me concerned she was standing me up, which has happened many times in my life. And colleague, to present SJR 008 and to declare March the 3rd as Buy Colorado Day. Now you might ask why March the 3rd went by. Blame that on the Senate. They didn't get this to us on time. So Colorado homegrown businesses generate over $225 billion in economic activity. In addition, they employ more than 1.2 million Coloradans. Our great state is home to nearly 700,000 small businesses. 700,000. This resolution recognizes the incredible entrepreneurial spirit of Colorado small businesses and makers that are recognized all over the world. I'm sorry my company that I started here is not on the list because I sold it and moved to California. Marmot started here, and unfortunately when I sold it, it moved to California. But other companies, Crocs, that we're all familiar with, Jolly Rancher, that helps us with our kids in terms of tooth decay. Coors, Celestial Seasonings are a few. When we buy these great products, we're investing in our state, in our communities, and in our workers. This resolution for Buy Colorado Day is a fun reminder for every Coloradan to create jobs by spending close to home. Eat in one of more than 13,000 restaurants and taverns that are owned 70% by independent entrepreneurs. Enjoy the incredible fruits and vegetables grown by our agricultural businesses. And don't forget, the Western Slope has some pretty spectacular wine, and you're always welcome to the Western Slope. Just don't live there. Stay over here. Patronize always our creative arts industries and shop whenever you can in a local business. When we do these things, we all thrive. So today, this week, this month, and forever and ever, let's encourage Coloradans to buy from Coloradans. When businesses in our great state thrive, we too thrive. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am so honored to join my colleague on this resolution. There isn't much more to add other than what a great value add it is in our great Colorado state when we are encouraging our own people to start businesses, use everything that they have that's creative to create new, amazing things, and when we purchase their products, we are helping them hire more Coloradans, and we have dollars that stay in our own communities to help build local economies so that we are strong on our own without worrying about what California is doing. I know we are all very concerned about being independent on ourselves, which, you know, in the current economic environment is becoming increasingly important. So buy Coloradan. Let's reward those Coloradans who are out there risking everything they've got for their own small business and their bright ideas, good ideas. Let's support that and keep Colorado's economy strong.
Thank you, members. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 8. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Soper votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks? Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Joint Resolution 8 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Soper, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills, final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel. Members, we are on third reading. I will ask you to take your seats. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1273.
House Bill 1273 by Representatives Basenecker and Woodrow, also Senators Ball and Henderson, concerning requiring certain municipalities to modify building codes to allow 5 stories of a multifamily residential building to be served by a single exit.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1273 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1273 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Bacon, Brown. Representative Brown, that's a $6 fine. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 25 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1273 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1177.
House Bill 1177 by Representatives Morrow and Winter, also Senators Hendrickson and Pelton B, concerning adjustments to the economic development rate tariff.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1177 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1177 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Clifford and Wilford. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1177 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Carson and Sullivan, also Representative Clifford, concerning clarification of the conditions under which an uncontested election in a special district director district may be canceled.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 172 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 172 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 172 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 143.
Senate Bill 143 by Senators Doherty and Lundy and also Representatives Armagost and Carter concerning the limited use of facial recognition services by schools.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 143 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 143 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Soper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Soper votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 2 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 143 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on April 3rd, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. House Bill 1123, Senate Bill 149, and Senate Bill 6.
seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on April 3rd at 9:30 a.m. Representative Zokai. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Zokai will take the chair.
committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1174 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1174 will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the special orders calendar in this order. House Bill 1123, House Bill 1300, Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 149, and Senate Bill 6.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1123 will go first, followed by 1300, Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 149, and Senate Bill 6. Mr. Shi will please read the title to House Bill 1123.
House Bill 1123 by Representatives Ricks and Joseph concerning alternative dispute resolution for disputes that arise between a unit owner and a unit owners association.
Members, it is far too loud in here. Please keep your conversations to the side and keep your voices down. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1123 in the committee report.
To the committee report.
So I ask that we strike the committee report, and we have an amendment that we're going to offer.
Can you please move
And
that amendment
I move L008 to HB 1123.
to the committee
And
report?
to the committee report. And ask that it be displayed.
One moment. Okay, this is a multi-page amendment that is properly displayed. It was appropriately distributed. Representative Ricks.
So this is a very simple amendment. What we did was to do a strike below, and we've worked with all the parties, CLAC, and all of the Associa and all of the relevant stakeholders to come up with a plan for alternative dispute resolution when we're dealing with HOAs. This amendment specifies that there should be an internal dispute resolution process between the HOA and the unit owner in order to try to solve disputes. And then from there, they can do mediation if that matter is not resolved. They still reserve the right to go into court if they need to in order to do that. And this is a really good amendment because a lot of people spend tons of money trying to defend themselves in HOA disputes. And we ask for your yes vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as you've heard, this will be the entire bill, this strike below or strike of the committee report. Again, what this bill does, it provides an efficient, fair, and cost-effective process for resolving dispute between a unit and a unit owners association, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L008 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was a pleasure working on 1123 with Rep. Ricks. Again, we've already explained the bill and what it does and how it provides efficient and cost-effective process for resolving disputes between a unit and unit owner. And we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you. So in Judiciary, we talked at length on this bill. It's still unclear what this is going to do and who's going to benefit from it. It's something that we're following California on, that essentially requires this alternate dispute resolution. The only thing that we can come up with, and especially hearing testimony, is that this will definitely disproportionately negatively impact the smaller HOAs in a disproportionate way, that making mandatory mediation, it can, obviously, that's going to be something that's time consuming and costly, especially when it becomes rather frequent as a method or mode of repair for things that could potentially be resolved otherwise. But this is just, it's one of those things that kind of draws out and drags out the process. It's not anything that has any clear benefit to anybody, but it definitely does have very well-intended negative impacts, as we heard in the committee from people that were there to testify in opposition. So I encourage a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1123. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1123 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representative Wilford, also Senator Kipp, concerning claimants' access to medical care and workers' compensation claims and in connection therewith, shifting the burden of proof for a claimant's entitlement to medical benefits that are recommended by an authorized treating physician, requiring an employer or the employer's insurer to use the Division of Workers' Compensation's utilization standards, and changing the mechanism by which a claimant can choose a treating physician.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What an honor it is to serve with you.
And what an honor it is to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1300 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the committee report.
In committee, I offered 2 amendments. One, to limit how far an injured worker can travel across or to access a doctor of their choice, and one to remove the section of the bill that shifts the burden of proof to the insurance company to prove why an injured worker shouldn't receive the treatment recommended by an accredited physician. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, today I bring House Bill 1291 because every year 30,000 Coloradans are injured on the job, and right now our system is failing them. That includes my constituent, Keith. In 2021, Keith was working as a security guard in downtown Denver when he was violently struck by a car.
One moment, Representative. Members, it is far too loud in here. Please take your conversations to the side. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. After being violently struck by a car, Keith suffered 11 broken ribs, a broken clavicle, 3 cracked vertebrae, 4 broken fingers, a closed head injury, a punctured lung, and more. It's now 2025, and he is still fighting to recover. And he's fighting still to recover because our current law gives the upper hand to insurance companies, not to the workers actually living with the injuries. When a worker gets hurt, their employer gives them a list of 4 doctors. They might prefer a female doctor, but all doctors on the list could be male. And there's no guarantee that a doctor on the list speaks the language of the injured worker, shares the culture or lived experiences with the worker. And if that doctor doesn't listen or doesn't believe them or simply isn't the right fit, that injured worker is stuck. While they technically have the right to request a doctor change, the process is confusing and slow. And there's no guarantee that the doctor change request would be approved. In fact, most injured workers do not know that they can request a doctor change until they have hired an attorney. This bill gives workers more choices to make decisions for themselves about the care that they need, to choose any doctor who is accredited by the Division of Workers' Compensation. These doctors already follow the same guidelines, standards, and reporting requirements. Now, I do want to acknowledge that the current list of workers' compensation accredited doctors in Colorado is not as robust as it could be. because new providers have little incentive to participate when only a handful of doctors ever get new patients. When we trust workers to choose their physician, we level the playing field by encouraging more providers to seek accreditation and introduce competition, something that I hear members of this chamber talk about constantly. When we introduce competition based on quality of care, we ensure the injured workers get the care that they need at a lesser expense. Since committee, I heard from a colleague that represents Routt County regarding a concern that some of her constituents have to travel more than 100 miles to access care after a workplace injury. In an effort to provide more flexibility for our rural Coloradans, I move Amendment L11 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment while we get it displayed. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment L11.
L11 has been withdrawn. To the bill.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. During committee, we heard from a handful of witnesses that they want to be able to support their injured workers, including sharing their experiences with physicians. To be responsive to that, I bring this amendment that will clarify that a employer is the first line of communication with an injured worker and are encouraged and obligated to provide education and information to every worker, and I do ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious why you took the amendment off that was going to help rural Colorado.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the representative's question, I am fully committed to running that amendment. I mistakenly read it and thought that the amendment was to the bill and not to the committee, not to the committee report. And so if you want to have an amendment drafted that mirrors the language that I had outlined and we can run it here today, I'm happy to do that. Or we can allow our colleagues in the Senate to run that amendment and ensure that the flexibility for rural Colorado rural Coloradans is included in the bill.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L008 to the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1300? Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L10 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment while we get it displayed. That is properly displayed. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you mind if I move this up?
Yeah, I love that. Nope, do it, please.
L010 is amendment that I had agreed on with the sponsor after having one that I had proposed reviewed. This was the sponsor's response to what I had considered to be a friendly amendment that I had offered. This is her version of it. It is a little bit shorter, but honestly, it still hits all of the main points, which essentially is just to ensure that even though it is in statute already, we're just simply ensuring that it is put in this particular statute that we can't have a conflict of interest between the attorney and the provider to whom the attorney is sending that that patient. So I would support 010 as it is just a cleaner, more refined version of the amendments that I had offered.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this is a great bill. We heard in committee from a UPS driver who had been with the company for 30 years. He had a torn meniscus and a huge hematoma, and all he wanted to do was get back to work. Healthcare is highly individualized, which is why the ability for an injured worker to make a decision about who is providing care for them is so important. Doctors and patients should be determining their care, not employers. Quality care reduces costs, and with that, I encourage an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1300? Rep. Brooks.
Coming back for a second round?
Madam Chair, I request that the bill reread at length, please.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
There has been a request to have the bill read at length. Will staff please begin reading the bill?
A bill for an Act 101 concerning claimants' access to medical care in workers' 102 compensation claims, and, in connection therewith, 103 shifting the burden of proof for a claimant's 104 entitlement to medical benefits that are recommended 105 by an authorized treating physician, requiring an 106 employer or the employer's insurer to use the Division 107 of Workers' Compensation's utilization standards, and 108 changing the mechanism by which a claimant can 109 choose a treating physician. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that House sponsorship Wilford. Senate sponsorship Kipp. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. In a dispute in a workers' compensation claim, current law requires a claimant to prove, by a preponderance of the evidence, the claimant's entitlement to medical benefits. When the dispute concerns whether the medical treatment recommended by an authorized treating physician is reasonable, necessary, and related to the claimant's injury, the bill shifts the burden of proof from the claimant to the claimant's employer or the employer's workers' compensation insurer. The bill provides injured workers control over the selection of their primary treating physician in workers' compensation cases, allowing them to choose from any Level I or Level II accredited physician through the Division of Workers' Compensation. The bill creates the mechanism by which an injured worker may select the treating physician and requires the employer or insurer to choose the physician when an injured worker is unable or unwilling to select the treating physician. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 finds that, 4a, without workers, no products are made, no meals are served, 5. No goods are transported, no ski areas operate, no medical care is 6. Provided, no fires are fought, and no highways stay safe. Workers are the 7 backbone of Colorado. When a worker is hurt, Colorado's backbone is 8 weakened. 9b. Colorado's Workers' Compensation Act, referred to in this 10 section as the Workers' Act, was enacted in 1915, and it opens with an 11 unequivocal declaration of intent that can be summarized as assuring the 12 quick and efficient delivery of disability and medical benefits to injured 13 workers at a reasonable cost, without the necessity of litigation. 14c. In 1991, Colorado Senate Bill 91-218 drastically altered the 15 workers' compensation system, undermining the intent of the Workers' Act. 16 set forth by the General Assembly in 1915. 34 years after those. 2, HB 25-1300. 1 amendments, we still have a workers' compensation system weighted too heavily against injured workers and in favor of insurance companies, as 3 evidenced by. 4I. Injured workers in Colorado lack basic agency to choose who 5 treats their injuries. When a worker is hurt on the job, the employer and 6 its insurer have control over the primary doctor assigned. Once a primary 7 physician is assigned, that physician's referrals to other medical 8 specialists and therapists are also subject to denial by employers and their 9 insurers. 10.2. Even after an employer and insurer direct a worker to seek 11 treatment with a specific physician or physicians, they can deny the 12 medical care that a physician recommends as unreasonable or 13 unnecessary. When such a dispute arises, it is the worker who bears the 14 burden of proof in court. 15.3. While employers and insurers are directed to follow the 16 states' utilization standards in making determinations regarding the 17 authorization or denial of medical care, they often fail to do so. When 18 they do fail, there is no expeditious recourse for workers. The Division of 19 Workers' Compensation in the Department of Labor and Employment does 20 not have clear authority to rule on issues surrounding an employer or their 21 insurers' violation of the utilization standards. 22.4. Workers whose injuries are severe enough to lead to wage 23 loss or permanent impairment, or both, are limited in recovering their 24 economic losses by arbitrary benefit caps. Those caps most significantly 25 and wrongfully impact workers whose injuries are severe. 26.v. Benefits payable to injured workers for permanent impairment 27 are paid unequally. While some permanent disabilities are paid through 3, HB 25-1300. 1. A holistic lens based on the permanency of the worker's symptoms, lost to income, and an inability to work or complete activities of daily living. 3 others are paid according to an arbitrary schedule of benefits. The 4 schedule of benefits almost always results in less compensation for 5 injured workers, even in instances of severe disability. 6. Injured workers who are entitled to permanent impairment 7 benefits must wait months or even years to fully collect their award. By 8 default, employers and their insurers are allowed to pay those benefits 9 over time, and if a worker wants the benefit paid in full without delay, 10 they must pay a discount charge to the insurer. 11.7. Workers who are the most severely injured and therefore 12 unable to return to similar or suitable employment following and 13 industrial injury are not owed any additional monetary benefit under the 14 current scheme. Since the 1991 changes to the Workers' Act, to obtain 15 permanent total disability in Colorado, a worker must be unable to earn 16 any wage. This standard has rendered permanent total disability benefits 17 nearly obsolete. 18.8. Despite the fact that an injured worker is the first party 19 insured of their employer's workers' compensation insurer, meaning that 20 the insurer is prohibited from the unreasonable delay or denial of benefits, 21 workers do not have access to the normal statutory remedies available for 22 the unfair claims handling practices of a workers' compensation insurer. 23 This emboldens Colorado workers' compensation insurers to engage in 24 deceptive, unfair, unreasonable, and frivolous practices in the handling 25 of claims. 26.9. All workers deserve the best care when injured. The state of 27 Colorado, as an employer, should make every effort to obtain workers. 4. HB 25-1300. 1. Compensation coverage with the worker experience in mind. Pinnacle is 2. The top-rated workers' compensation insurer by workers and is already a 3 quasi-state agency. The state should contract with Pinnacle for coverage, for rather than other third parties, many of which are out-of-state entities. 5. Without a connection to Colorado and are not subject to the same 6 transparency and financial disclosure requirements as Pinnacle. 7d. In contrast to the hardships faced by injured workers since 1991, Colorado's workers' compensation insurers are enjoying 9 unprecedented economic success, posting profit margins higher than any 10 other type of insurance in Colorado. 11.2. The General Assembly declares that 12a. The playing field must be leveled and the Workers' Act must be 13 returned to a mechanism with the functionality of its original intent, and 14b. With this act, the state of Colorado hopes to alleviate a portion 15 of the inequities set forth in this section but acknowledges that additional 16 change must be made in the coming years. 17 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 8-42-101, amend 18, 3, a, I, and 5, as follows, 19.8-42-101. Employer must furnish medical aid, approval of 20 plan, fee schedule, contracting for treatment, no recovery from 21 employee, medical treatment guidelines, accreditation of physicians 22 and other medical providers, mental health provider qualifications 23, mileage reimbursement, rules, definitions, repeal. 24, 3, a, I, a. The director shall establish a schedule fixing the fees for 25 which all surgical, hospital, dental, nursing, vocational rehabilitation, and 26 medical services, whether related to treatment or not, pertaining to injured 27 employees under this section shall be compensated. It is unlawful, void. 5. HB 25-1300. 1. And unenforceable as a debt for any a physician, chiropractor, hospital, 2-person, expert witness, reviewer, evaluator, or institution to contract with, 3. Bill or charge any party for services rendered in connection with injuries 4 coming within the purview of this article, Article 42, or an applicable fee 5 schedule, which that are or may be in excess of said the fee schedule 6 unless such charges are approved by the director. Fee schedule shall be 7 reviewed on or before July 1st of each year by the director, and appropriate 8 healthcare practitioners shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be 9 heard as required pursuant to Section 24-4-103 CRS, prior to fixing the 10 fees, impairment rating guidelines, which shall be based on the revised 11th third edition of the American Medical Association Guides to the 12 Evaluation of Permanent Impairment, in effect as of July 1st, 1991, and 13 Medical Treatment Guidelines and Utilization Standards. Fee schedules. 14 established pursuant to this subparagraph I, subsection 3a I, shall. 15 take effect on January 1st. The director shall promulgate adopt Rule 16 concerning reporting requirements,
Representative
penalties for
Brooks.
failure to report correctly 17.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I request the bill stop being read at length.
The request for reading House Bill 1300 at length has been withdrawn. Any further discussion on House Bill 1300? Representative Kelty.
Madam Chair, I move L012 to the bill, and I ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Please give us 1 moment to get it displayed.
No, you can talk about why you asked for it and any other information on insurance. Or not.
L012 is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I asked for this amendment to be included is because many times employers purchase third-party insurances outside of the state. And like auto insurance, sometimes there's winners and sometimes there's losers with these types of insurance companies. And I want to protect our employers who do purchase third-party insurance from bad actors. And so this ensures that any insurance carrier, third party that's outside of the state is actually going to abide by Colorado rules, and it helps protect the worker, and it also will help protect the employer as well.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the collaboration with my colleague from El Paso County, and do ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L012 to House Bill 1300. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L012 passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1300? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1300. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1300 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 63.
Senate Bill 63 by Senators Cutter and Michelson, Janelles, Representatives Garcia and Wilford, concerning standards that public schools are required to include in policies regarding library resources.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 63.
To the bill. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, really excited to bring Senate Bill 63 before you. What this bill is doing, it is directing local school districts and education entities to establish policies when they decide to remove a book or any sort of material from the library. This policy that they are being directed to create is based on what currently should be in practice as far as evaluation of whether material is considered obscene or inappropriate, which is the Miller test. And it is, it's respecting local control, and it's also continuing to uphold the cherished notion that we all have participated in education. Making sure that our students have access to diverse materials, making sure that our students have access to educational materials that help open their minds and their eyes and their spirits to all new experiences, worlds, cultures, to create wholesome individuals as they become adults.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm really excited about this bill. My mom spent her career as an elementary school and high school librarian, and she believed, and I too believe, that libraries are the beating heart of our schools. They're a place where every child, regardless of background, can challenge their thinking and see themselves reflected in the pages of a book and discover new ideas. This bill is all about local control and preserves the right of school districts to build policies that work for them while simultaneously ensuring that library staff are not able to be retaliated against for following through on the policy that is established by the school districts. I'm going to keep talking about this bill because it is so fantastic. Let me back up and say in 2023, there were 12 attempts across Colorado to ban and remove 142 books across our state. And these books included The Hate U Give by Angie Thomas, Beloved by Toni Morrison, The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, one of my personal favorites, The Kite Runner by Khaled Hassani, You Should See Me in a Crown by Leah Johnson, #Pride, Championing LGBTQ+ Rights by Rebecca Felix, It's Your World, If You Don't Like It, Change It by Mickey Halpin, The Perks of Being a Wallflower by Stephen Chbosky, 13 Reasons Why by Jay Asher, one of my most favorite books when I was growing up was a book called The House of Dyes Dreer by Virginia Hamilton. What you all may not know, so fun trivia fact here, is my first name is actually Virginia. So having an author named Virginia was a pretty big deal to me. I thought that was pretty special. But the book is about a black family. It's written by a black author and followed a family as they uncovered secrets in their new home, which was a former stop on the Underground Railroad. Now, for a child living in rural Wyoming with very little diversity, it really challenged my understanding of fairness, of slavery, and really made me think about what was fair and what's right, and how history will talk about the world that we live in and the choices that we make. And I want to ensure that every child has the opportunity to explore books that challenge their thinking in the same way that that book did for me. And that's why I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment, please. That is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an amendment. I was in this committee, and we heard lots of testimony, both pro and con. And essentially where it came down to my thinking was I am not a huge fan of book bans. I was a fan of Mark Twain and Judy Blume and Ayn Rand and George Orwell, and they're all banned book authors. Even in some places, everybody's beloved Harry Potter has been banned. And so in general, I'm not a fan of book bans. However, one of the things that came up was obscenity, and when is certain material appropriate or inappropriate. And as an elementary teacher, an elementary principal, I just wanted to make sure that we provide the element of caution as far as when school districts or librarians are looking at materials, that they can use what's called the Miller test in determining what might be obscene and appropriate or inappropriate for their library. So this amendment simply addresses that. It adds a section on page 6 after line 3, inserting a local education provider shall protect against obscene material as described in, and it references the Colorado statute and as interpreted in a federal case, Miller v. California, which provided the Miller test. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L16? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely support this amendment. In fact, I think in the original draft of the bill in the Senate, this was the only standard that was put in place, which is truly adult obscenity standards. But putting this back in is tremendously important. And again, as the bill originated, it really did not cover what should be looked at in terms of age-appropriate material. So absolutely, this needs to go back in.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I rise in support of this amendment. This seems fair here, and something I had said in committee when we heard this was there's a lot of talk about book banning, and when I think of book banning, I think of like you can't even go to the store and buy this book. It doesn't exist anymore in the economy, and that's not what we're actually talking about. We're talking about age appropriateness. There's a strong difference. A book may not be age appropriate for school, but it's not banned because then you can still go and buy it. If a parent wants to buy it online or at a bookstore and give it to their kid at home, they can do that. There's a difference between age appropriateness and book banning. What this amendment does is it applies the Miller test here to determine what's obscene, and because it can be very subjective, because some books may seem obscene to some people and may not to others. The bill sponsors came up here and talked about a book in particular that I just happen to have notes on called The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, published in 1970. This novel contains vivid depictions of sexual abuse, including rape and incest, within its narrative about race and beauty standards. This book was removed at a school in Georgia. So to me, as a parent, if this is an elementary school, that's obscene to me, and I don't think that would pass a Miller test and be appropriate for school-age kids. So I think this is very reasonable that we put this at the front of the standards when we're looking at these books, and so I support this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do also support this amendment. There does need to be some standards. It's a pretty, this standard is a pretty low bar. It's really kind of a, it's just making available to everybody the standard so that we have something. The otherwise the bill is pretty vague, and we'll go over I'll go over some of the other because this is really kind of a clone bill from House Bill or Senate Bill 25-216 last year, and the materials that these bills, this bill and Senate Bill 24-216 are intended to protect and keep in public libraries, some of which were mentioned by the bill sponsor. They can be, for anybody that's paying attention at home, you can find them on ratedbooks.org. And you can look up the spreadsheet and you can see why there are parental concerns about some of these books, why this has become an issue in recent years. There's nothing, there usually is something where they say, well, this is about, Mark Twain being a banned book or something like that. But these books are not books in question like that. These books are straight out grooming porn for kids, and that's why or some of these books, I should say. I don't know about all the books, but we'll talk about some of them. That these books need to have a review standard, and there is a review standard, and that is the Miller test. So this is a good amendment to put in to make sure that everybody understands that there's a standard by which these books should be reviewed. So I support this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come up here as a ranking member of the Education Committee. I support this amendment, also as a teacher, grandmother, mother. I think it's important that books that our kids are getting to read are appropriate for their age group and developmental, I support this amendment. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do want to say that I don't disagree with this amendment, and the reason why I don't disagree is because it is already the standard and the test that school districts use for obscenity. As you can see, this Supreme Court case was decided in 1973, and many of us actually know this phrase, like when they talked about, you know, what might be, their kids in here, pornographic, that whole phrase, you know it when you see it, that comes from this case. And so in regards to this amendment, I don't necessarily think that it would change the purpose and outcomes of this bill, but I do want to address some references to what some people may call obscene, and particularly to a title. I think a title of a book. At the end of the day, what this bill is about is to declare that school districts should have some policies around deciding which books do go on shelves or not, and that those policies be rooted in common aspects of law when it comes to discrimination, and particularly something that I call and many call disparate impact. So that means when you're looking and vetting books, why is it that certain authors of a certain background tend to get removed off the list? Many of us believe in the civil rights space that policies that lead to those outcomes create disparate impacts in regards to, quite frankly, the outcomes, that it seems like certain authors of certain persuasions. And so one of the books that has come up across the country is by Toni Morrison. And I do want to tell people about this book for anyone who's listening. The Bluest Eye was written by a Pulitzer Prize winning author. It was written by a Nobel laureate. Many people who talk about it have not actually read the book. But the book does not address obscenity as the outcome. The book talks about a life experience of a child. And quite frankly, the rest of the book is how she copes with that in her own identity, being in dark black skin. And so how that applies to this bill is vetting the outcomes. It does not deny that there is harsh language, because many have also argued the same about Mark Twain. I've actually been down here to talk about that experience for me. But the outcome has to be obscenity, not that there is offense per se. And so at the end of the day, the reason why we're advocating for a bill like this is because arguments have been made that have led to disparate impact in regards to which authors and which experiences have not been allowed to be talked about in school. And so for me personally, I think it's really important to understand some students' experiences when we talk about labeling certain things. The year that you even read that book is upper level, junior, senior year. Technically, as a senior, you can see a rated R movie at 17. And to not allow it in school also denies an existence, and it shelters students from knowing that there are existences like that. And to me, that is antithetical to the purpose of public education. It is to introduce students to different experiences with an educator so they can navigate it together. I worked in a high school and students wanted to read the book Room, if any of you have read that. And we reserved it for senior year. This does not preclude teachers from talking to parents about it. But to say that certain dispositions means a book is obscene is something that I want us to caution ourselves against. Now, I don't believe that is the intent of the amendment sponsor. But since that has been brought up here, I want to be clear and set the record on particular titles. The last thing I'm going to say is this. It matters to little kids. It matters to middle school and high school kids to be able to talk about their lives, even if they are difficult, and to be able to connect with literature that knows their experiences. I know firsthand what it's like to be excluded from that. When I was in elementary school, I was told to write a fairy tale about princesses. But guess what we never read and I didn't know about? I didn't know that princesses existed anywhere other than Europe. And so we had to go find a book called Mufaro's Beautiful Daughters so I could participate in the assignment. And I told you about my history with Roots, which was put on a list to not read because slaves were sexually assaulted. That's what the experience was. And so I want to thank the amendment sponsor, drafter. We don't disagree on this. However, let's be clear on what obscenity is, and let's not make cases built off of bias. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. I just wanted to clarify and go on the record here that there's a lot of this notion that people just want to ban books, and I think depending on what your version of banning is, there might be some differences of opinion. As what was stated earlier, a lot of parents are concerned with some of the content in schools, as they should be, right? You know, that's their job as parents. But I also believe that when it comes to type of criteria, school districts also want to be part of that conversation. I do believe, as what was stated earlier here, it is a local control issue. So school boards should be able to dictate their content and also the books and literature associated with that. I don't disagree on that, but I will say a lot of us that I speak to in my district and in some of my colleagues, we don't want to ban books. A lot of us just want to have that consent when it comes to parental consent. They want to know what's going on. They're not opposed to it. We don't live in Fahrenheit 451, for those of you who have read that book, where they burn books. This is not like that, but I do encourage an aye vote, and I want to go on the record that we don't like book bans. We've seen some of the lists. You've heard some of the authors and their works that have been on a no-read list. We're not for that. Again, it falls down to parental consent. Also, school boards being involved in the making process as well as educators. So I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I neglected to say thank you so much to the bill's sponsor, Representative Garcia, who worked with me on finding language that was amenable to both sides, really looking at what's in best interest of our students and our schools, because really this is about school libraries. And so I encourage an aye vote, and I appreciate the bill sponsor willingness to work with me on this.
Is there any? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. I want to also recognize that while referencing the Miller test and while also referencing what currently exists as a definition of obscenity in Colorado law, this is to support information for the community and for parents. Our librarians are brilliant people. They know how to do this. They are trained on this. They know how to evaluate for age appropriateness. They know how to evaluate for whether something fits within the expectations of the learning outcomes. Librarians are brilliant people. And so this amendment is simply to support continued education for parents when they're looking at what should this policy contain. This amendment is to help more community engagement and understanding of what is the evaluation criteria when deciding whether a book should be included or pulled from the shelves. So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L16? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 63. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L16 passes. To the bill, Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the explanation and the importance by my colleague here from Denver about this book that we've went back and forth on called The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. And I understand they're a Pulitzer Prize winning author. That's fine. I mean, frankly, I don't care if they won the Medal of Honor. We're talking about age appropriateness in schools. And I can understand if you live in the city, then you probably think that every single school is segregated to K through 5 and 6 through 8 and 9 through 12. But in a lot of our rural communities and a lot of our charter schools, schools are K through 12. And so when we're talking about a book like Genderqueer, a memoir, is okay for a 12th grader. Okay, but if you're going to put that in a school library, there's a very good chance you're putting that in a school library where there's also kindergartners. So again, we're not talking about banning books. We're talking about the access and the age appropriateness of some of these books. And back to The Bluest Eye, again, I am sure it has helped people, and I'm sure it explores topics that maybe they're not comfortable with speaking with parents or other adults, and I completely understand that. But again, the contents in it talk about sexual abuse, talk about rape, talk about incest, and race and beauty standards. Okay, that's fine. I can see how that could be educational to people. Again, a lot of these schools are K through 12. We're talking about putting these in school libraries. So I'm the vice chair of a charter school, and we're K through 8. There's a lot of books that are inappropriate for a kindergartner or even a 5th grader, but most people wouldn't consider inappropriate for 6th through 8th grades. And so in our charter school, we actually did this without the state telling us we have to do this, because there's a lot of differences on what my opinion of local control is and what others are. So without the state telling us to do this, we have a library. It's a K through 8 school. In K through 5, we have a section for books, and then we have a more mature section for our 6th through 8th graders. And we actually have our parents sign off on if they're okay with students going to that section. Because here's the thing is, again, it's very subjective. I feel like my 2 5th grade sons are a lot more mature than a lot of other 5th graders. And so I would be more lenient with them having a little bit more mature material to read. But when we're talking about school policy, we're talking about applying this across the board to all the kids in the school that have access to the library, which is all the kids. And so when we think about policy like that, that's applying to everyone's child, if we're talking about books that talk about sexual abuse and rape and incest, I think most of the time, K through 5, that's completely inappropriate. If you have a 9 through 12, maybe it is, but still, we need to have these policies in place. And I understand the sponsors are going to say, well, we're just telling you you have to have a policy. As far as I'm aware, in El Paso County, most of our school districts, I have 3 school districts in my House District 20, and I'm pretty certain they all have school library policies. So, whenever it's the state saying, hey, local districts, you have to do this, but then call it local control, that's not lining up. That's not what local control means. And I will acknowledge to the bill sponsors that I do appreciate and I understand why they're saying it's local control, because they're just saying, the state is saying you have to have a policy, but then you decide how that policy's done. Okay, fair enough. But, I did raise the issue. So let's say, I don't know, The Bluest Eye is in a K through 5 school, and I'm a parent and I find out, because I don't know if you know this a lot of the books that you have, and I think I see the book over there, thank you. A lot of schools, they receive their books through donations. And I have seen reports, and I can go pull one up on the side here and come back, where activist groups donate these books to schools, expecting them to be accepted or maybe fly under the radar or not, and end up in kids' libraries. And that's what I'm concerned with, because that happens. A lot of our books, if not all of our books in our school, are donated by other people. So when you say, well, these books, you know, Genderqueer and The Bluest Eye and these other books, they're not in K through 5 schools, right? Maybe they're not in your school, or maybe they are and you just don't know it, but maybe somebody can go and donate that book and then it is in your school tomorrow. So again, one of the things that I want to push back on when we talk about local control, something I raised in the committee was, in the policy, it talks about not removing the book if it's under review. All right, so the situation, let me just paint a situation for you. So my kid's in elementary school, and they tell me that there's an inappropriate book, or they bring home the book, and I say, that seems wildly inappropriate. I'm going to go to the school and ask for them to review this book through the process that they establish and potentially remove it. Maybe that takes a month for them to do that process. Maybe they meet once a month to review challenged books. Okay, and maybe they had just had a meeting yesterday, and so they're not gonna meet for another 30 days, 29 days, okay? That book, according to this bill, that book has to stay in that library until then, until it's reviewed and decided on whether it's removed or not. And I raised that concern, and I have a problem with that, and that's probably a good amendment. But the idea that if it's inappropriate enough that it would raise flags for me, who I think is a pretty reasonable person, and the school is not allowed to remove that book for the time being until a decision is made on that book, how many other kids are gonna come in there and check that book out? And we know how kids are. Hey, you know, my dad got really upset about this book, and it had some bad pictures in it, or some bad words in it, and then next thing you know, each time they take a trip to the library, they're pulling out that book and everybody's looking at it. It's not unreasonable to me to remove that part of the bill and say, you know what, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna hold this book to the side until we review it, and if we approve it, and maybe the parent was being unreasonable, whatever the case may be, then we'll put the book back into the library. I don't think that's unreasonable. That's what we do. If you challenge a book, right now what we do is we'll remove that book until we review it, and then if we say, no, this book is fine, or maybe, you know what, this book isn't okay for K through 5, it does have some inappropriate language in it, we'll move it up to our 6th and 8th grade portion of our library. It's all one big library, but we have a certain portion sectioned off. We'll remove it over there, or we'll put it over there now, and then the kids whose parents are okay with them reading those more mature books can check that out. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Now, I can understand pushback, and I'll give the bill sponsors this. You may have parents who just want to remove every single book, you know, and so that would be extremely unreasonable for a school district, a school to have, 50 book requests, and 49 or 50 of them aren't inappropriate, and they're just doing it, and they're clogging up the review process. I can understand how that could be abused, but again, with that part in the bill, that it prevents them from making that decision. I want the schools, if we're talking about local control, I want the schools to be able to say, we're gonna set our policy where, we're not gonna remove it until then, or we are gonna remove it temporarily. And if I'm misunderstanding this, I asked this question in committee, and this is the way I understand it, that they're not allowed to remove that book for the time being. So I would respectfully ask for the bill sponsors to clarify that if that's not the case, and I appreciate it. So I am in favor of schools having library policies for reviewing these books. As a matter of fact, my school didn't have that up until recently, and I brought it forward to my school board, and I said, we should have a policy. And one of the discussion we had was, well, we have a great librarian who reviews every single book that's donated to us. And I said, that's great. We all know that teachers and librarians are not paid enough. And I said, our librarian, she is awesome, but you know what? She might not be here tomorrow. She may quit and pack up and move somewhere else. And so do we trust the next person that we hire like that? So in order to avoid that, we need to set up a policy. And that's what we have now. And I've even advocated, and it may be on there, I haven't checked yet, but I said, listen, we have a system in our library, and every single book is categorized. Well, that's in a digital system when you check the book out. Why don't we just take that and put it online? If you go onto our website, you should be able to go there, and you have a list, every single book. And then that way, if you hear about a book that's very concerning, then you can go on there, you can pull up the list, you can keyword search what that book title is and see if we have it in our library. And if we do, please let us know if it's that inappropriate. I don't think that's unreasonable. So I think transparency with these libraries, these school libraries, is very important. I don't think it's unreasonable. And I understand under this bill, that is something schools could still do. So I do appreciate that from the bill sponsors, that they're not coming so heavy-handed. They're saying, this is exactly how your school policy has to be. Again, we have differences on the definition of local control. The state telling you you have to do this stuff is different than my definition of what local control is. I encourage every single school and school district to have a policy to avoid kind of the chaos if you don't have a policy. What I would like to see instead of this bill is the State Board of Ed maybe just do a best practices. Why don't they just put out a best practices guideline and say, hey, listen, we talked with a lot of our school districts and our charter schools who have these school library policies. We've spoken with them, and they've given us their policies and told us that we could use them, we could recommend them, and then send that out to school districts that don't have these policies, or charter schools and private schools that don't have these policies. Here's kind of a best practices of an aggregate of what we've seen around the state. I think that's fair. To me, that's really local control. The State Board of Education gives you a recommendation and says, here, this is a good idea, you should do this. And then they can decide what to do with it. And if they decide not to do a school policy, a school library policy, then so be it. They don't do it, but then they have to deal with the chaos of what we see. And with that, I'll wrap up. I do just want to reiterate one last time when it comes to the context of this bill and what we're talking about. We're not talking about banning books. We're talking about age appropriateness. Is this book appropriate in this school library for this age and grade range of these kids? Banning books is you can no longer find the book. You can't go to the store and get it. You can't go online and get it. We're trying to wipe it from history. We're trying to prevent anyone from seeing it. That's what a book ban is. We're saying, is this book appropriate for children in school? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the representative from El Paso. There's a couple thoughts that rose up for me in this. I think one thing to remember is part of library sciences is collection development, where people who work in libraries, those who run libraries, are trained in evaluating whether it's a donation or a procurement, whether a book is appropriate or not. The other piece is, if you are experiencing, or if you have spaces within the school that you serve on where maybe a child who should not be checking out a book for a 12th grader and they're in 5th grade, that's a training issue. You should train your staff better. Libraries are divided by topics. They're divided by grade levels, and if they're not, that's a consideration. If you already have a policy, great. This bill also allows for grandfathering in your policies you already have, and if you're lacking or you're missing components of the policy, simply update them. Why are we not saying to remove books before they've been evaluated? Because what we have seen in Colorado and across the country is books have been claimed as inappropriate when they are not, simply because of differences in culture, simply because they don't agree with the religion, because they don't agree with the sexual identity. That is not a reason to pull a book. This bill tells districts and other educational entities to create a policy with the student's education in mind, in the forefront, not parents' comfort. Education means expanding the mind. It means being challenged. Education means learning new things. And to restrict a child's education because of what someone doesn't know is a disservice to that student.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I just heard from the sponsor is kind of a, we want our cake and eat it too. Library techs, librarians, trained professionals, that don't make mistakes, that can review everything that comes in and make sure that is appropriate, and that maybe there's some bad training in some schools where books get muddled and kids that aren't necessarily taking out a book that's appropriate for them. But if everything works so well, we shouldn't need a policy to remove books if bad books can't come in. I think we do need policies. I do think they should be local. But we can't have it both ways. We can't say that of the 170 million books that have been published over the years, that we have a good gatekeeping system to ensure that books that are purchased or donated are appropriate, but then need a policy to make sure if they weren't appropriate, we can take them off. So I think we can recognize that mistakes can be made. I just want to share a little bit about my background. I spent 4 years on the Elizabeth School Board. The Elizabeth Schools District is one of the 12, I believe, that was referred to that generated this. While I was on the school board, one of our constant refrains, because when you get adults in a room and start talking about things, you start sometimes thinking about and talking about things that are a little bit off topic. You start seeing squirrels and chasing what might be in the headlines locally. And our mantra, really, and anybody could call it, from the superintendent to any board member, is, how is this good for kids? If it wasn't good for kids, that conversation stopped and we moved back to what is good for kids. Not adult topics. This has become an adult topic. But let me talk through you what rose up in the Elizabeth School District. There was a classroom library, some books that had been provided by the teacher, not taken from the school library, and a child took that book home. A parent saw it, did not feel it was appropriate for their student, contacted the superintendent and a board member, and there was discussion about classroom libraries. That discussion grew and expanded to what's in our library collections overall. There was an ask of the public and parents to come in and review the library collection. Of that collection, they identified about 50 books they thought were questionable. That was brought to the board. The board saw a subset of those that they truly did think were concerning. They made those available in the district offices for parents to come by, peruse, and leave their opinions. What came out of that was 19 books out of tens of thousands that were available in that school district. 19 books that, in my small district, were available down the street in the public library, about a 5-minute walk away from 2 of the 5 schools, the middle school and the high school. So they weren't being banned, they were being removed from the shelves. The impact of that was a lawsuit from the ACLU. That's been heard initially. They were told they had to put the books back on the shelf. They went back to court. There's a stay on that order. Those books are off the shelf. This will continue to be fought, I'm sure, all the way up to the Supreme Court, because there is the issue of local control. When we start putting policies in place, there is always the risk that in future years we'll amend those policies and make them tighter, and eventually we're directing what happens in a local school district. I represent a very rural part of the state. Many of our school districts do consist of one building, K through 12. We have differing mores and cultures throughout this state, but the reason we have local school boards that are elected by local citizens is to ensure that our local school districts are meeting the needs of their local citizenry. What is appropriate in Denver may be felt to be not appropriate in Burlington or Flagler or Simla or one of the many other school districts. There's well over 20 in my district, and we need to provide that flexibility. Nothing that any government does at any level should be arbitrary and capricious. There should be policies. I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with folks standing up here and saying that 12 school districts went off the rails and that's why we need new law. The Elizabeth School District did not go off the rails. They were responding to their local citizens. They have policies in place. There was citizen and public review before decisions were made, and a decision was made. Some people didn't like that decision, and a lawsuit ensued. This is America. Anybody can sue anybody over anything. But that will be resolved. But let's not pretend that from this building we can dictate what is right in every community in this state. So I've said my piece. Thank you.
Emma Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to echo what my colleague from El Paso and Albert County had said. My daughters go to a school where K through 12 is in the same building, and there's one centralized library. I think I visited 20 schools within my district, and the majority of them are K through 12 and share one library. So if the argument's about age appropriateness, I think it's really hard, especially in rural schools outside the metro area, to understand that these are small schools. Sometimes, I think in Vilas, there might be a total of 40 kids, K through 12. It's a different world out there, and I think a lot of times that's forgotten. I could see a grade school, or even if there was a different section in the library, the library at my daughter's school is tiny. There's 220 kids total, K through 12, same library, and I just don't know how you would be able to even have an adult guarantee that that thing couldn't happen, that that child wouldn't be able to gain those materials that aren't age appropriate for their age. So it's a different world in rural Colorado, small schools, small classroom size, small libraries, and if we're looking at separating things by age appropriateness, I don't think it's doable in rural Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I would like to rise in support of this bill. For those who do not know, my other day job is the Vice President of the Aurora Public School Board. And what I want people to understand when it comes to books are about exploration. They're the exploration of the individual and the space in which the author brings that individual into. As a young child, I used to sit with my grandparents and watch a show called Little House on the Prairie. Little House on the Prairie was written by a woman named Laura Ingalls Wilder. Now, Laura Ingalls Wilder wrote a set of books, and one day I went to the library and I wanted to read books by Laura Ingalls Wilder. It turns out, back then there was a section where all of her books were kept. And as I perused the other Laura Ingalls Wilder books, I read books by V.C. Andrews, by Judy Blume. Now, some of you might not know these authors, but I guarantee you the person next to you will know these authors. Because as a young child, I was sitting in the young women's section of the library and exploring those books. Now, I want to go through some of the books that have been banned that I have loved over my lifetime. Laura Ingalls Wilder led me to Iggy's House by Judy Blume. Iggy's House is about a place in time when a family moved in next door that did not look like the family that left. Another book I read by Judy Blume, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. Once again, you might not know what that book is about, but I guarantee you the person sitting next to you does. Going forward, as I sat in that library, I found other books. Animal Farm, which was about talking animals. Animal Farm led me to 1984, which is not about talking animals, but it is about what we're trying to do here. Animal Farm somehow led me to Pet Sematary. Pet Sematary begat the autobiography of Malcolm X. Autobiography of Malcolm X brought me to Native Son. Native Son brought me to Bluest Eye. And a random English teacher brought me to Of Mice and Men. Other than me, I don't believe these books have anything in common other than the fact each one of them has been removed from a library. This is about individuals exploring themselves and those books, and I rise in favor of this bill.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels kind of funny because we're actually both arguing that we want school library policies. But the fact that we're talking about having a school library policy is an acknowledgement that a big part of this is subjective, right? And to the bill sponsor that spoke earlier about this, it is subjective, and that's what we kept hearing in the committee hearing. When you're talking about a librarian is making the decisions what's appropriate and what's not as the books are coming in, that is subjective. I'm sure if you polled 100 librarians, you'd have very different answers on what they think's appropriate and what is not, which is why we want to have policies in place, and which is why my school districts already do have these policies in place, because it is subjective. Because I assure you, and we heard testimony from a witness that said, I'm not going to repeat what the subject was appropriate for a 5-year-old. I can tell you as a parent, if I found out that that subject was in a book and my 5-year-old, which would be kindergarten, had that book, I'd be pissed off. I'd be going down there raising Cain, okay? So it is very subjective. When someone comes in and says, a 5-year-old, this is appropriate for them, and I'm sitting there stunned because I would never let my 5-year-old explore that subject, that shows you how subjective this subject is, which is why we encourage review policies in our schools. Librarians are already very busy. When we're talking about most of our school books are donated, we're talking about, what if somebody brings 5 novels and drops them off at the school library and says they're gonna donate them, and these are 600-page books, 600-page books. Do you think that the librarian is sitting there and reading all of those books, every single page, looking for inappropriate material? No, they usually read the subject, what it's about. They'll kind of breeze through it, make sure there's no writings or pictures or anything in there that are inappropriate, maybe just spot check it here and there. And if it seems fine for that age range of kids in that school, then they'll take them and they'll put them into the library. That's why we have these policies, because maybe they didn't find it, but then the child brings it home and the parent and the child are reading that book together, and then they realize, wow, this subject is not appropriate for a kindergartner, and then they can report it to the school. And if it's that inappropriate, again, I'll go back to, I think the book should be removed until it's reviewed by the school staff. And what we like to do in my school is we set up a committee where we have a parent on that committee with the librarian and with teachers and the executive director, and they review it and they talk about it and they take a vote on it. Is this appropriate or is it not? But sometimes that can take a few weeks. And so again, I don't want to leave inappropriate books in there. It can be abused. I'm not denying that. You can't have somebody that says, I'm 36 years old, but I do remember a time when I think I might have been in elementary school when the Harry Potter movie came out, maybe 6th grade. And I remember there were protests at the movie theaters and people going crazy. And I remember my friends were reading Harry Potter, and I was like, this is ridiculous. This doesn't seem inappropriate, because it was about magic and things like that. So I assure you, I have that real world experience of some parents may take it a little too far. But now what we do at our school is, let's say that you don't want your child checking out a Harry Potter book, and sorry to keep singling out Harry Potter books, but let's say you don't want your child to check out that book. In our system, what we do is, and the state government didn't mandate us do this, we did this on our own. What we did was we put a policy in place that if there's a specific book that you don't want your kid to check out, and you feel it's inappropriate for your child, but we review it and we say, well, it's not really that inappropriate enough to remove, then what we do is, if the child tries to check the book out, it flags it to our librarian and tells the librarian, the parent requested that the child not check this specific book out. And that's a good policy, because again, the parents The tax-paying parents are the ones who are in charge of their children, not the librarian, not the teacher. The parent is in charge of their child. If the parent goes to the librarian, goes to the school and says, I do not want my child to check out this specific book, who is the school, who's the librarian to say, no, we're still gonna check that book out to your child? We control our kids. I appreciate it, thank you.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure where to start in responding to that. The notion, the idea that librarians who are highly trained professionals are not going to do what's right, aren't going to follow what they've learned, are going to put inappropriate books from off the street into our libraries where kids can learn is just such a wild notion. I don't even know where that came from. Librarians are highly trained professionals. I know because my mom is a trained librarian. She has a master's degree in library science, and it sounds like there are a lot of people in this room that have never talked to a librarian, let alone a librarian in an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school. So if you are voting on this bill and you have never spoken to a librarian, my challenge to you is to talk to a librarian. Understand their decision-making process. Understand all of the work that goes into building a library collection. I cannot tell you how many hours I have spent in school libraries while my mom went through every book in the library collection, determining whether or not it was still relevant, determining whether or not it should be removed so that another book could be added to its place, because librarians know the students they serve. They are constantly evaluating what those students' interests are and how to meet them where they are. If I sound mad, I am. I am very angry that this is where we have gotten in this conversation about books and the First Amendment. This bill is about establishing a policy. If you already have a policy for your school district, great. You get the gold star today. We're not asking you to change it. Librarians are not too busy to do their jobs. They take their jobs very seriously, just like every single one of you in this room. Take your jobs seriously. No librarian is going to take randomly donated books from somebody who walks off the street and shelve them. It just does not happen. Librarians constantly talk to their colleagues in other school districts. They go to conferences every summer and bring home books that are not published yet so that they get to read them and determine whether or not they are a good complement for their library collection. That is what they do. They don't take random books off the street and put them on the shelves. This book allows people to request that a book be reviewed based on a policy that your school district sets. It does not allow a representative, it does not allow an individual from another community that does not have kids that go to that school to request that a book be removed from a school where my kids go. If you don't want your kids to read a book, then don't let your kids read a book. But don't take the book away from my kids from being able to read. This bill establishes common sense policy that is rooted in local control. We are not taking away anything from any school districts to be able to determine how they want their policy to be read. We are giving the freedom to choose how you want to build your policy. Because in my house and the way that I grew up, the freedom to read was everything.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So most of you know, a lifelong educator in public schools, 32 years at Overland High School, one of the most diverse high schools in the state of Colorado. My grandma was a librarian. My great-grandma was a librarian. I am a huge fan of librarians, sort of the warriors of the First Amendment. They're just amazing people, and as Rep. Wilford said, they are very focused on what are in the stacks to make sure they're age appropriate. They go to conferences. They have rigid standards for the books in the library. So libraries, what I heard, because I'm on the education committee, what I heard in the education committee we had a bunch of students come, and libraries are kind of stewards. Librarians are stewards of essential space in a library. One of education, support, and it's just a safe space. And many of us, I'm sure, are bibliophiles like I am, and we just remember sort of wandering about our school library and our public library and just discovering whole new ideas and lifestyles and all sorts of things, diverse ideas, experience, and all that. We had a student from the country of Georgia, former Soviet Union, country of Georgia, come and talk about how she was so excited to be in America because when Georgia was under communism, all this was shut down and they banned books and all sorts of things. And she was so excited to be in America, where she talked about America being a place of freedom and opportunity. And libraries really push this idea, again, diversity of ideas. And everyone has a book, as Rep. Carter talked about, that opened up their eyes to reading and learning. Mine, like many of us here, was George Orwell and the dystopian novelists. Animal Farm was one that I just loved so much, and then I went to Ayn Rand and Atlas Shrugged, read her whole collection, and it really turned me on to reading and learning. For my kids, it was Harry Potter. It was their generation, and I remember standing out at the bookstore for hours and hours and hours, all the kids dressed as little, Harry Potter people, and they just couldn't wait to get home and read the book. And sometimes it would be like, midnight when we finally got home, and we just had to start reading the book. And that joy of reading and learning and discovery is something that this bill is trying to keep in our state. This bill is a literacy bill. This bill is a bill about encouraging our students to be readers, lifelong learners, and critical thinkers. Let's not deny our students this. I urge you to support House Bill 25063, Senate Bill 25063.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to politely respond to one of the bill sponsors here. It feels very contradictory to say that we just have this 100% trust because of the training and the certifications and everything, but we also need a policy to remove books that we find inappropriate and violates policy. And so, which is it? Is it 100% trust? Because if it is, then we don't have to have a policy then, right? We can just sleep well at night. So. Again, I don't know how else to make this clear. I am the vice chair of a charter school on the board of directors. We have a policy. I think it's a very robust policy. We did not need the state to tell us to do that. And never once did I say people randomly donated. We get our books through donations. And it is on the librarian to review those books. And again, it is subjective. We heard testimony, and the opinions of some of the people testifying on what was age appropriate for 5-year-olds is absolutely not appropriate in my school or even in my home. And if somebody believes that, and there's you can't see it on the Colorado channel, but there's kids in here now, so I'm gonna really kind of censor and dial back some of the topics that I wanna talk about. But if you really want your child to have these specific books, okay, you can order them off the internet, you can go to a bookstore and find them, and then you can give them to your child at the house. But you're not gonna put them in my school. You're not, because it's not appropriate. And again, it is a subjective thing. Whether it's a trained librarian, whether it's a parent, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a principal, it is still subjective. Some people think that certain subjects are age appropriate that I think probably the majority of people would find not age appropriate. I have to address 1984 because it's been mentioned a lot of times, and I really wish for people who have read it, I think a lot of people need to reread it. I think 1984 is a great book. It should be mandatory reading in schools. It's great reading for maybe upper middle school to high schoolers, but it does have some it's got some sensitive subjects in there. There's some scenarios in that book. Again, we have children in the chamber. I'm not going to repeat it. I see Animal Farm back there. Thank you for my colleague from Aurora. That's a great book as well. And I will say, sir, the book is not about animals. It's about communism. And it just uses animals as a character. But the book's actually about communism, not necessarily animals. But with 1984, it is a great book, and I think every student should read it. But because we are talking about age appropriateness, 1984 is not appropriate for a kindergartner, okay? There's a storyline in there between two adults that's not appropriate for kindergartners. And again, this is what we're talking about, appropriateness, age appropriateness. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to give you some food for thought regarding this bill. And I think the sponsor's mom, who's a librarian, I think she's absolutely amazing that she works so hard and cares so much. I truly, truly do, because believe me, that's not an easy job. I was a page in a library, for a public library for a while, and whew, goodness, that's a lot of books to go through, but the fact that she does it is amazing, and I wish all librarians were like that. However, I know that they're not. A little story about that pertains to the bill. I was involved, and still am involved with school boards in my district, and at one of the school board meetings, a teacher got up who had her own library in her classroom. And she's angry. And she says, well, you're not going to tell me what I have in my classroom, to the school board. I'm an activist first, is what she said, and a teacher later. Now, I have a problem with that. She should be a teacher first and foremost, and there's no room for activism in a school, but yet there we were. And this is not hearsay. I was there when she said it. For me, that teacher needs to be removed because she's not a teacher. And to think that some librarians are not like her, you'd be wrong. So it's just food for thought when you're going through and you're reading this bill and you're going to vote on it. Not all librarians are as amazing as the bill sponsor's mother is. And we have to keep that in consideration because there's activists out there who do mean harm. It comes straight from their mouths. And those are the ones we have to protect from. Those are the ones we have to protect our children from. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To assume that all librarians are doing the right thing is willfully naive. We're intentionally saying we're trusting everybody across the board. That's the same as saying that we trust every teacher. I think librarians, teachers are amazing people, but would we take a stance right now in Colorado with things like what happened in Douglas County that we trust all librarians and teachers? Is that what we're going to do? That makes no sense. And again, as my colleague said, if we really trust them this much, why are we enforcing this? Why are we making it mandatory that you have to do this? And you say, well, we're making it mandatory for local control. That's the same thing as saying, you have to paint your building blue, but you get to choose the shade of blue. That's not local control. We're forcing this, and I don't. I'll make sure I'm very clear about this. I don't trust all librarians and teachers. I do not. Some are doing very bad things, and we need to make sure that's not going to happen.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like one of my colleagues before me, I also enjoy Atlas Shrugged. It was one of my favorites. And if we're talking about recommendations of dystopian novels, I highly recommend a book called Ella Minnow P. It is an epistology, meaning it is a book of letters about a community that starts to eliminate letters by law. You can no longer use them. And so the letters are being written in the book slowly start to drop off those until all that is left are the letters L, M, N, O, P. It's a very interesting book, highly recommended in any case. Moving back to the bill specifically. I move Amendment L019 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us one moment. And that is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On second thought, in honor of LMNOP, I wonder if it can be improperly displayed and put upside down, because by the end of that book, it is complete confusion.
I think we can slightly improperly display it. I'm not sure about upside down, Representative. Oh, just for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what this amendment does is allow for more folks to participate in the request-making process. So under the bill, right now, there is just the ability of parents, which is broadly defined as, your legal guardians, to make a request for a material to be reviewed. If this amendment were to pass, it would extend that ability to any taxpayer residing within the school district. I know that there would be the argument that we should limit this to just the parents who have children in our school system, because they are the ones who are directly impacted by this, but community is community, and what our kids are reading does have an impact on the wider expanse. And if people are paying for those resources, if they're paying for that education, I believe that they also should have an ability to speak into this process and request that request that a material be reviewed, is what I meant to say. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. Essentially what this amendment does is says that anybody in Colorado can request that a book be removed from any school across Colorado. And we want to ensure that the people who are requesting that a book be removed actually be the parent of a student at the school in which the request is being made. So again, ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the bill sponsor's view of that. Seeing as it was upside down, there might be some confusion. This amendment specifically says that a taxpayer has to reside in the school district where the request is being made. So it wouldn't be any taxpayer in any district. You would only have the ability to pay or to request if you are a taxpayer residing in that particular school district.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whether the amendment was upside down or not, the notion is still the same, that somebody who is not a parent of a student is under this amendment able to request that a book be removed. And so we ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I like this idea of local control. Ironically, being advocated for by somebody who is advocating for state control of all these libraries outside of her district. So there are people that have expertise. Now, I know this room considers itself an expertise in absolutely everything and meddling in all things Colorado. But the irony here is that this could be done at the local level, and we have people and we have communities doing it at the local level. And this bill is to, well, we know what bills this bill is to keep in libraries. And if you want to find out what books those are, the books that have been challenged, you can go to ratedbooks.org. There's a whole spreadsheet there. You can look them up, and you can find the content of books like Kites, etc. So there's really no reason to have, it seems a little hypocritical for the sponsor to be inserting the sponsors to be inserting themselves in all communities across Colorado, and then saying that somebody who's an expert in this field does not have. Because ultimately, all this would be is saying, we think this material is inappropriate for children. So if there's material that's inappropriate for children, do you really care if it's your child? Do you really care where that concern comes from? It only you have to have parents, and especially when you look at the bill here, how it's designed to dox parents for being. The bill is designed to dox parents for requesting the removal of this paperwork. So that would be a reason why outside agencies would be needed to request this, because the Cora request in here is specifically made so that any parent who expresses a concern over the material can be identified, at least in part, by their request. And that's why you would have somebody in the field that maybe is a little less trepidatious, doesn't have a child in the space, who will be retaliated against by a bureaucracy that wants to keep those books found at ratedbooks.org, that doesn't want to keep those books in libraries. So this is a really good amendment. Obviously, it does circumvent the intent of the sponsors to be able to identify and retaliate against the children, the parents of the children who would.
Careful, Representative.
I don't know why they would want to do that. I won't speak to motive, but the bill does intend and make these requests corable so that somebody can find out whatever limited information is on there, whether it's name, whether it's probably not address. I know we talked about this last time with SB 24-216 that was designed to keep these questionable materials. So this is a good amendment. It protects parents. It restricts it lessens the doxing capability that is built into this bill. So it's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This, in fact, takes away parental control and parental rights. By expanding this to any taxpayer residing in the school district means that I, in fact, that do not have kids in a school, could go and tell Jenny's kids' school, I don't like these certain books, and take away her parental responsibilities of dictating what her kids read. I urge a no vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to say that the taxpayers in that school district are stakeholders because they pay taxes for that school. They also help elect the school board, so they should have some say because they are a stakeholder in the school.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. I would like to say absolutely anyone who lives in that area, that school district, has a say by electing their school board members.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my very first race ever, I ran for school board, and I didn't have children at the time. I was super new in politics. And the reason that people said they couldn't vote for me was because I didn't have children in school. And so therefore, I couldn't be a good school board member because I didn't have a vested interest. But as a taxpayer, we all have a vested interest in not just electing our school board members, but also having a voice. I know we had accountability task forces where you could serve on those. You didn't have to have children in school. There are a lot of boards and committees that we set up. Even my school district has has a review of library books in our schools committee, and that is made up of not just parents, but also people who reside in the district who want to have a say in what happens in our schools, and they have the right to do that. So I support this amendment. I think it's a really good amendment and helps get more people engaged in this process. As a parent, I'm glad to be included, but it shouldn't be the only person that's included. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for those who are still listening in on this conversation, remember, all that this would allow for is a request to be made. It's not a mandate that the material be removed. It simply opens the door for other people to say, hey, would you please consider this particular material and give a new review of it? If that is too onerous, then perhaps we really have a lot of other things to discuss. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We covered this on the SB 24-216, again, which was largely the same thing and resulted in this part of the act. I just want a written request for reconsideration of a library resource in a public school library is an open record under Colorado Open Records Act, Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24. So from going through this, I think the PII is removed from the request, except for the name. So now how identifiable that name is, you know, that's something entirely different. But what this does, and so if somebody requests this and doesn't have, I mean, you could have a librarian say that doesn't have kids, and then you could say, well, they don't have a vested interest in that library, so they can't be doing anything with books. You have people that are taxpayers; they certainly have a vested interest in that library. They shouldn't have to be and that school system. They're paying into that school system. They certainly have a vested interest in that school system. So, and again, a reason for that would be because this bill is designed to dox anybody who makes a request of the school board in order to even review the materials. Nobody can, I mean, they can request to remove the materials, but ultimately what they're doing is they're requesting to reconsider the materials. They don't even get the option of saying, you must remove this material. They have the opportunity to say, I think these materials need to be reviewed under the Miller test. That's it. I don't think we should really have to be, the reason for reviewing these materials is for the protection of kids. Do we really care who it is who's trying to protect the kids? Now, the idea that a space filled by kids would not be somehow attractive to somebody who might not have their best interest at heart is a little bit, I mean, is very naive, is willfully naive. We just had a bill yesterday that we spent a lot of time on that we had to fix from before, from I think 2017, for police officers. That created a list of inescapable accusations. These are highly trained individuals, highly trained, highly motivated individuals. Yet, this body made a list of inescapable allegations. Now,
Representative Graff, please keep your comments to the amendment. We are on Amendment 19, talking about adjustments to the bill's language.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, because there are individuals out there who will go into these spaces, and we know that. We can't just trust somebody blindly with our kids because they've been to school. And it makes perfect sense to say, hey, if somebody else has knowledge in this space, that they can make a request, and that they can go through the efforts to do these. I mean, anybody that, if we're paying tax dollars into something, then those taxpayers have the right. Now, I think this is a little bit overly restrictive that those taxpayers have to be in that tax district. I mean, good luck figuring that out in this state with all the enterprises. But this is a good amendment. I did not put the docs clause in here. The sponsors, or the Senate put the docs clause in here. That's why you need to be able to have other people be able to request the reconsideration of materials.
Assistant Minority Leader Bacon, or Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate a no on this amendment. I think, interestingly, it is along the same lines of debate that it could actually be a random person that that does not support your school, that could open that up. And then also, at the end of the day, one of the reasons why the way this bill is written is for responsibility, ultimately, to all of those who pay into a school district. When you write down, the bill is about removing books, and it is about a policy and transparency on that. And I will also say, as a school board member, it does help to have a record sometimes of the decisions that you make so you don't get sued for discrimination. And so when you are sued for discrimination, the school district, AKA taxpayers, have to pay for that. So at the end of the day, what the bill requires is that a school district document its reasons. And if a school district is in the habit of removing books of certain types of authors, I would also say it might be in their interest to pause to be sure they are not creating disparate impact, which to me would also kind of be in the realm of fiduciary responsibility to ensure we're not violating law and therefore we will not get sued. But as much as we, I hear the argument of trusting taxpayers because it seems like it's like we expect people from outside to come help us. It could also go the other way, where I could get a group of 20 taxpayers to change what's being read at the representative school. And I don't think he wants me to show up at a school board meeting there either. But the point of this, the underlying point of it, is also to support school districts with their responsibilities of understanding their decisions and discerning that there is not pattern, which is only ever helpful when it comes to litigation.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is not about somebody from outside going in and being able to influence and direct the library about what materials that they should have. This is about saying that we would like this material reconsidered. Doesn't do anything other than say that material should be reconsidered. Now, if that material is then reconsidered, well, then it should be reconsidered. I mean, unless you just think people are going to, sign up and, reconsider every single resource in the library, which of course they could then go through and eliminate from reconsideration for another 2 years. But they should be able to. There should be some ability, especially given the docs nature of this bill, that, well, no, it's not. It's asking, in this case, it's asking a CORA request. Somebody from outside can submit a CORA request, find out who submitted that request, and then they could be, based on the definitions of things that we've described and called discrimination, then they could sue that individual for discrimination because of the broad language, because the way the discrimination has come out, we'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Now discrimination has a different definition and then is considered hate speech and unprotected speech. So then somebody with the definition of discrimination that's being inserted by law tomorrow, attempted law tomorrow, is going to make it so that people can not do these things. So this is really not a free speech bill. It's legislation 101. What it says it is, it ain't. So this allows some outside, because especially, which I think is especially important because of the docs clause in this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give the body two examples that I don't find to be particularly pointing to just random folks. When I was younger, I tutored kids in a school in my district. I went regularly and worked with some students.
Excuse me, Representative Luck. Colleagues, we're getting just a little bit too loud. If we can keep the conversation a little bit lower. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I would go and I would meet with students and I would tutor them. Let's say that I found a material in the library that I thought was problematic. Under the current bill, because I had no children at the time, I would not have been able to raise objection, raise awareness, make the comment or the request to anyone. Did I not have some connection point such that would justify my ability to raise awareness about a particular material that I thought needed to be reconsidered? Or is that too random? Another example is the growing homeschool population. Parents and students who gain access to a public school library for their particular curriculum. Again, under the current bill, without embracing this amendment, they would not be able to raise any sort of objection. Those are not random situations. But let's say, based off of what was stated,
Representative Luck. Colleagues, please keep your volume to the side or move conversations to either side of the room. Thank you very much, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's say that I take the opposition at face value, that being a random person, I should not have the ability to enter in, that somehow there's a problem with that. Again, let's remember, all this does is trigger review. It does not mandate removal. In communities like mine, where there is a much greater population of people retired without kids in the school district than there are with kids in the school district, should those people not have a voice? A voice simply to start the process of review that can only take place every 2 years on any particular material? Or are those people not valued enough to have a say in what goes on in their community? And let's take it one step further. Many in our business community are saying we are not preparing our kids such that they are ready for the world, ready to work in my business. I'm teaching them remedial math in order to work the cash register. Perhaps those individuals also have an incentive to engage in this review, to engage in this process, to be able to speak into whether or not this review should take place. Parents aren't the only ones who care about what's going on with the children in their community. They're not the only ones impacted by what their children are learning. Those other people should have the same kind of voice to raise their hand and say, hey, I have a concern about this. Can you reconsider? Can you explain to me why this is an appropriate material for our particular school district? And what I don't understand is, since that's all it is just the triggering of a review, why the staunch opposition? Why are we so concerned about hearing from other people? What is it that they bring to the conversation that makes us anxious? Because presumably they have life experiences that are valuable, and they have perspectives that should be heard. Why are we silencing them? I vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 19. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L19 is lost. To the bill, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I stand before you as a voice from Northeast Colorado, our rural plains. And I came here to do a job, and that was to reduce government overreach, to reduce overburdensome regulations that force our communities to fit into a one-size-fits-all. This bill sets a regulation, a mandate, that all schools in Colorado would have to create a retention plan for books, along with a plan to get rid of books should that community in that area decide. I read somewhere, though, and as my good colleague mentioned, our good colleague, there is no policies for how to bring that book back should the community decide to change their mind. We look at books like Harry Potter, or we look at books like Dr. Seuss, and should they decide to get rid of those and then bring them back in a generation or two, they should have that right. But more so, I stand in opposition to this bill because it is telling our schools that they must come up with a policy plan, when if they need that plan, it should be a local decision. The local school board should be able to go to that school district and say, this is what our parents, this is what our taxpayers, this is what our community is asking for. I will echo what's been said for our rural communities. Some of my school districts have downwards of 40 students, K through 12. So for them to need to create a whole policy when you're dealing with a handful of parents and families is burdensome. It's extra time, it's government red tape, when they can have a meeting, decide, and move on the next day, instead of setting policy that can outwards make this go for months, years, before a decision is made. And by that time, those kids may be out of the school, the family may have moved, or other families may have came in who have a differing belief. So I very much in support of local control and what we should be standing for our local boards who are directly elected by our communities and have a direct voice with their communities on what the parents and taxpayers wish. I urge a no vote on this bill and direct any of those communities and school districts who may have issues to bring it up locally instead of making the whole state have to bend over with extra regulations when we're not seeing the issue in many of our areas. I urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move L021 to SB 063 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment 21 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, a written request for reconsideration of a library resource in a public school library is an open record under the Colorado Open Records Act, Part 2, Article 72, Article Title 24. So, when we talked about SB 24216, which, and I'll show you in a little bit, I'll go through how that was designed in order to keep the questionable material in front of kids intentionally. We talked about this Cora request issue and being able to release those documents. And as we talked about it, well, the Cora would only tell somebody what the name is. It would redact the address, phone number, email. But now you could have a very common name, a relatively common name, and then you say that parent has to be part of that school. Now we know, or you would know, if you looked at ratedbooks.org and looked at the spreadsheet and look at the different texts in there, some of which the sponsor recommended as edifying, that you would, that by the evolving definitions of what discrimination is and not being protected speech, that's where we are in this space right now. You declare something to be discrimination, and then by declaring it discrimination, it becomes not protected speech. So if anybody wants to know how that trick works. So this is just specifying that this is not an Open Records Act. So right now, if somebody has a question and questions the material because they have the best interest of the child at heart, Because otherwise, somebody that has not the best interest of the child at heart could request a Cora and say, I want that book to remain in front of children and be available to children. So this is just saying that, hey, we've got parents. They have a right to privacy in this space. All they're doing is asking that the material be reviewed. And this bill wants their name to be releasable inside that school district. I don't know why. Because we know that there are lots of activists. I mean, look at the Teslas that are willing to be very violent in their agenda, as irrational as it is, to go after anybody who they think might be challenging their agenda. So I move, again, L021, and all this does is insert this and clarify this bill, because the sponsor put this, I'm told this is not doxing, but I would say this is dox-like. It's not releasing somebody's personal identifying information unless you consider their name to be personally identifying information. So this just says a public school library is not an open record under the Colorado Open Records Act. There's no reason for this bill to specify and specifically include this, because the reason they have to right now is that request is not an open records request. So we need to go back and say, why would this request not be available under open records request? And it's not available under an open records request for the very specific reason that it is included as an open records request in this bill. This clause, this dox-like clause, is about political intimidation. So all it has to be, you put a not in there. We clarify. We're not going to question the motives. We're not going to be questioning the parents. We're not going to give an avenue for an activist to come after them because these parents are concerned about their children. That clause is about retaliation. This not removes the possibility.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 021? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, members. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 21? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 21. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment 21 fails. To the bill. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, I rise in opposition of this bill today. It undermines the authority of locally elected school boards, dismisses the voice of parents, and gives unelected bureaucrats and library staff the final say over what materials sit in front of our children. Senate Bill 63 is not about transparency, it's about control. This bill imposes a top-down, one-size-fits-all mandate that dictates how every public school in Colorado must handle its library materials. Not just how they're acquired, but how they can or can't be removed from libraries. It prohibits the removal of any library material unless it goes through a state-approved reconsideration process. That means if a community identifies a book that's clearly inappropriate, graphic content, sexually explicit, or otherwise age inappropriate, their school board can't act until they jump through every hoop outlined in this bill. And once a decision is made, the same book can't even be reviewed again for at least 2 years. That's not policy, that's a lockout. Even worse, it explicitly shields school staff from any accountability. Librarians and school employees are protected from discipline, even if their actions go directly against the values of their local community, as long as they claim be acting in good faith. In good faith. But the bill never defines what that means. This is an open invitation for activist decisions with zero consequences. This bill goes so far as to declare that only parents of enrolled students can even request a review. Grandparents raising their grandchildren, members of the broader community, taxpayers who fund these schools, they're completely shut out from any decision. This bill also redefines what discrimination means in the context of library books, not based on how students are treated, but based on the author, the content, or the intended audience. So if a book is removed because it's pornographic, someone can accuse the school of discrimination simply because of who wrote it or what group it was written for. That is a direct path to intimidation and censorship of parents, not protecting our students in schools. Let's call this what it is. It's a state-imposed gag order on parents and communities. Let local control have its say. There's no reason to put a blanket over the whole state. Senate Bill 63 treats concerned parents as a problem to be managed, not a partner in education. It tells school boards they can no longer govern. It places more trust in bureaucracy than in families. And again, I rise in opposition.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 63? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Let's look at the predecessor of this bill and why this bill is so important. Now, and then we'll go into why this bill is so important. Why this bill is so important for the social activism that is pushing it. This is not a bill about protecting kids from inappropriate material. This is a bill about ensuring that inappropriate material is accessible by kids. So let's look at House Bill, what this act that resulted in, that brought us this bill. Because first, it was not the school libraries. Maybe that would have been twofold. So initially, it was about public libraries. And the bill was entirely designed to look like it was creating an avenue for parents to challenge materials in libraries. Except for that changed everything about the bill. Now, I'm very fond of that. In general, in our Declaration of Independence, we have...
Representative DeGraff, just to make sure, you are speaking about Senate Bill 63, not some House bill, is that correct?
I am. I am.
To the bill.
So the language in that bill, the Board of Trustees of a public library that reconsiders library resources as specified in subsection 3. That reconsiders. So guess what? That made it entirely optional. So if a library did not want to reconsider materials, they could just say, well, we are not a library that reconsiders materials. And then they would have the full arm of the law behind them, because it goes on to say, because that was not an inadvertent. I tried to have that clause removed under the assumption that it was just a grammatical error, but it wasn't, because the sponsors were quite clear that that would change the entire intent of the bill. So what happens for those libraries that don't reconsider material? Well, because the whole bill makes it look like every library has to reconsider material, except for those that don't. And if every library was required to reconsider material, then they wouldn't have this clause here: a public library that has not established a policy for the reconsideration of library resources, or that has a policy of reconsideration that does not comply with the requirements of this section, may not remove library resources from its permanent collection. So all they had to do is say, we are not a library that reviews, we are not a library that reconsiders library resources, and then they would have the full weight of the law that they are not a public library that has established policy, and therefore it would be illegal for them to remove that material. That's what that bill was about. That's what this bill is about. Now, this rewrite is much better, is much more subtle than the original. But keep in mind the things that we've asked to be removed, including the docs-like clause. So, in keeping with this bill, I move L010 to SB063 and ask that it be displayed. If I have more than one. I thought they were turned into 010.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment L10 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, if anybody's read this book, The Brain That Changes Itself, you know it's an excellent book. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. Because we're talking about library resources that are accessible to children, and we're talking about brain plasticity. So I want you to think in terms, so what I'm talking about is material that's available to children. And the bill refers to lots of places in here that says parents are challenging materials. And we have a place, we have a place, this ratedbooks.org, that has these materials compiled, so that anybody who's reviewing this bill could go and say, hey, I want to go to ratedbooks.org and I want to review The Kite. And why would you want to review The Kite? Well, let's talk about The Kite. All right, The Kite by Khalid Hosseini, rated 4, not for minors. I'm not sure why it would be found in a high school library if it's not for minors, but it is. He handed the cigarette to the guy next to him, made a circle with his thumb and index finger in one hand, poked the middle finger in and out through the circle, poked it in and out, in and out. I knew your mother. Did you know that? I knew her real good. I took her from behind that creek over there. The soldiers laughed. One of them made a squealing sound. I told Hassan to keep walking.
Representative Graff, please keep your comments to the amendment and not necessarily read from whatever you have there, but please keep it to the amendment.
So I'm reading from a book that was recommended as edifying in a school, and it to be kept in schools, which is the and libraries, school libraries, to be available to children, and it highlights the point because parents might not know what's in these books, and then there's the gaslighting that goes along with them that says it's about this book or it's about Animal Farm. But ratedbooks.org is an excellent place to go because this information is all codified and it informs parents that maybe they should overcome their fear of challenging materials based on the docs-like clause that's in the bill. And it's really interesting, if you don't want me to read this in front of a group of adults in the setting, in this setting of adults, where we're supposed to talk about adult things, in this case about books that should be kept available to children. And this is only level 4, make sure. Yeah, this is level 4. Hassan lay with his chest pinned to the ground. Kamal and Wally gripped his arm, twisted and bent the elbow so that Hassan's hands were pressed behind his back. Asaf was standing over them, and the heel in the snow pushing the back of Hassan's neck. This is a book recommended as edifying and carefully curated. Carefully curated, professionally curated, and available for children, and fought adamantly for their removal. All I want you weaklings to do is hold him down. Can you manage that? Wally and Kamel nodded. They looked relieved. Asaf knelt behind Hassan, his hands on Hassan's hip, and lifted his bare buttocks. Is this a good book for kids? I stopped, turning away from the ally. I'm just going to skip that part. Something warm was running down my wrist. I blinked. I saw that it was biting down on my fist, hard enough to draw blood from the knuckles. I realized that something else was, I was weeping. I could hear Asaf's quick, rhythmic grunts. It's a good book for kids? That's what this bill is about. Keeping this book in libraries. My mind flashed to that winter day, six years ago, me peering around the corner of an alley. Kamel and Wally were holding Hassan down, his buttock muscles clenching and unclenching. Good book for kids. The Kite. There's a Talib official, he muttered, his visits once every month or so. Oh, how about
Representative
look
DeGraff,
at him. Yes,
I believe
sir.
your point has been made. Can you please return us to the amendment L10?
So my point has been made, and we're going to stop this about pushing these materials into the, ensuring that these materials are available in public libraries, in school libraries, because I'm pretty sure that the schools are where we keep our kids. You're selling children, Fareed barked. How about Red, White, and Royal Blue? That's another book. There's only about 160 in there. Maybe more. Maybe more. Ratedbooks.org. I wish I were a Viscount, June says. I could have sex waifs would deal with my emails. They're not khakis, they're chinos. Khakis are for white people. A response comes within 40 seconds. 94% probability of something becoming a recurring personality on the face of the nation. Good book for kids. Level 4, not even level 5. I'm not even talking level 5 books right now. That was just how horny teenage best friends were sometimes. Like when they would get off at the same time watching porn in Liam's bedroom.
Representative DeGraff, the amendment before me is Amendment 10, which talks about striking page 3, line 16, resources, and substituting additional language. Can you please return us to that amendment and that
These are
proposed language
resources.
changes?
These are resources, Mr. Chair. These are carefully curated, professionally carefully curated library resources that have been challenged by concerned parents. I mean, we could just go through the entire list, and we should just say that this entire list in every single library should be reviewed and removed. But just like SB 24-216, this bill intends to keep them there and intends to reveal the identity of anybody who asks that they be removed. That's what this bill is about. Make no mistake. Amend, re-engross bill, strike resources and substitute resources, which can be found at ratedbooks.org. Why just say resources when you can say specifically where these resources can be found? These resources can be found in a place compiled nationally, internationally. I mean, the bill sponsors should be proud of having the ability to point to text and say, this is what those bigots want to remove, here you go. But I don't know why we can't read from it here. Alex loses track of things after that. He is very, very drunk. He tests leaning into the kiss and is rewarded by Henry's mouth, opening against Henry's tongue, brushing against his, which is, wow, edifying, carefully curated, professionally. He drags his finger down to the LGBT.
Representative DeGraff, I've given you lots of leeway to talk about your Amendment L10 and the merits of replacing the language found on page 3, line 16, resources, and striking it with additional language.
Thank you,
Please
Mr. Chair.
keep your comments to that amendment.
Mr. Chair, I'm talking about resources. I'm talking about the resources that this bill is trying to keep in libraries. So the entire bill is about these resources. These edifying, professionally curated
Representative DeGraff, if you're
resources.
talking about the bill, we are on the amendment, so please keep it to the amendment.
Amend page 3, line 16, strike resources and substitute resources, many of which, because I'm sure by now there's more, this list grows, many of which can be found at ratedbooks.org, a website dedicated to helping concerned parents keeping grooming pornography out of public libraries. So let's talk about why it says that. Brain plasticity. Brain plasticity. It's a fascinating thing, your brain. Our brains are massively remodeled by this exposure, but so too by reading, television, video games, by modern electronics, contemporary music, and contemporary tools. And aside, for every hour of TV of the day toddlers watch, their chance of developing serious attention difficulties by age 7 increased by 10%. Each medium reorganizes our mind and brain. Each medium, resources, resources that are mentioned in this book, in this bill. You're talking about internet, microfiche. All of these things that are meant to have a shaping effect on kids. So if we're going to have a shaping effect on the minds of children, don't you think we should have the most knowledge available? I mean, the only reason for voting down this amendment would be because you don't want the knowledge available to the people, to the parents. Ratedbooks.org. It's just a website compiled of materials that were carefully curated by professional librarians for the mental shaping of children. Video games like internet porn meet all the conditions for plastic brain map changes. Dopamine creates cravings. So let's talk about because what the bill is intended to do is keep this type of material that shapes the cultural and psychological norms of children, and wants to make sure that anybody with a degree who carefully curates and makes sure that this material that apparently makes the adults in this room squeamish, a level 4 book that makes adults in this room squeamish. Wait till I get to level 5. I mean, the gentleman in the back already gave us a good reason why children should be supervised in libraries, and if you can't handle this, man, you should not let your kid go to a public library or a school library without supervision. Sexual taste is obviously influenced by culture and experience and often acquired and then wired into the brain. So these books, public libraries, school libraries, intended to wire these sexual preferences into the brain. Perhaps found in the personal classroom library of an activist posing as a teacher. Pornography at first glance seems to be purely instinctual material, sexually explicit pictures, and I've only read sexually explicit words. There are graphic novels in here that are, yeah, they're graphic. They are really graphic. They trigger instinctual responses, which are the product of millions of years of evolution. It's not the kids' fault. Their brains are wired this way. So this material that the sponsor is trying to keep carefully and professionally curated in public libraries is made to elicit instinctual responses that shape by the brain's plasticity. And brain plasticity is pretty fascinating. You can teach a blind man to see with his tongue. So if you don't think brain plasticity is a powerful thing, well, then there's science, and you should read about it. This is what pornographers would have us believe. Okay, but let's get skip. But if that were true, pornography would be unchanging. The same triggers, bodily parts and their proportions that appealed to our ancestors would excite us. This is what pornographers would have us believe. For they claim that they are battling sexual repression, taboo, and fear, that their goal is to liberate the natural pent-up sexual instincts. But in fact, the content of pornography is a dynamic phenomenon that perfectly illustrates the progress of an acquired taste. 30 years ago, hardcore pornography usually meant explicitly depicting intercourse between aroused partners, displaying genitals. Softcore meant women, mostly in bed. Now hardcore porn has, and this book's about 10 years old, has evolved to increasingly be dominated by sadomasochistic themes of forced sex and abuse of women. And we had this conversation the other night for a bill. How many women go into the trans space because they see this pornography and they make the determination that it is not safe to be female. So yes, this is about the bill, because the amendment, because we are talking about the resources, and the resources are what is meant to be kept and why we should keep the ratedbooks.org in the bill so that parents can know where to find the questionable material. So when somebody says the kite is edifying to children, they could go and look up the objectionable parts of the kite and see if there are any. Oh yeah, there's another page. Oh, that's Red, White, and Royal Blue. That's a whole nother book, only level 4. Maybe I should skip that 8 pages of just the explicit material, and we could go to, oh, no, that book is gay. I tried to read that book last year, and I was shut
Representative
down. That's only
DeGraff,
level 4.
please keep your comments to your amendment, L10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Strike resources and substitute resources which can be found at ratedbooks.org, a website dedicated to helping concerned parents keep grooming pornography out of the rate. Now, I know that grooming is not a word that people in this room like, but we groom ski slopes. Nobody has a problem with that. Grooming just means shaping. Just means shaping. Shaping and forming. Pornography's growth has been extraordinary. It accounts for 25% of video rentals. You can get into the whole VHS versus beta. An MSNBC.com survey viewers in 2001 found that 80% they were spending too much time on pornographic sites, that they were putting their relationships and jobs at risk. Softcore porn's influence is now mostly profound because it is no longer hidden. It influences young people with little sexual experience and especially plastic minds in the process of forming their sexual tastes and desires. This is not softcore porn. I mean, are we going to have to start having adult book sections at the public library that's not only curated by professionals with master's degrees, but paid for by taxpayers? Is this the type of material that the sponsors are saying that we need to fight to defend? I appreciate your support, sir. Is this a problem? The number of these men also reported something else, often in passing, that caught my attention. They reported increasing difficulty in being turned on by their active sexual partners, spouses, or girlfriends, and they considered them being objectively attractive. The materials that are being advocated to be kept in public libraries. Otherwise, we would take the ratedbooks.org list and we would send it to the school, all the libraries, and say, get this material out of our libraries. Instead, we write SB 24-216 and ask that it be codified into law to keep the material there, and then we present SB 25-063 and ask that it be kept in the school libraries. This is supposed to be about transparency. This is supposed to be about empowering the parents. If it's supposed to be about, it's not. This is about maintaining these materials that the adults in this room are too squeamish to hear. page after page. There's about 160 books. Oh yeah, here's some pictures to teach middle schoolers about boy-on-boy sex. Turn the page, there's girl-on-girl sex. Edifying, professionally curated. I mean, it seems like I should be able to read something that is chosen by professionals for children in a room of adults. All Things We Do in the Dark, level 3. These are the resources. These are the resources that are being protested by parents. Parents want these resources removed. And why do they want their resources removed? Because maybe they don't want to hear something like this, have their kids thinking about something like this before age appropriate. I'm saying just because I think I have a responsibility. I had a good rape, the kind where I was young enough that it was definitely not my fault. I was not sexy enough for people to think I might have been secretly wanted. That was a good rape. That's what the book, level 3 book. My friend Sid, short for Sydney, thinks virginity is
Representative
in stages.
DeGraff, your amendment is about using ratedbooks.org and its resources instead as a more precise definition under this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have already provided examples. Please talk to the merits of why using that website is more beneficial than the word resources.
The word resources, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were just trying to shut down my First Amendment here, but it is not, and I appreciate you trying to keep me online here because, yes, the reason ratedbooks.org is more beneficial for parents in the search for transparency is because of the materials that are on ratedbooks.org. That are the materials that parents have challenged, and those materials are what is specifically called out in this bill. And to say resources just is very banal. It just doesn't convey. Now, we could say in the bill that my friend Sid thinks that virginity comes in stages: mouth virginity, hand virginity, and boy virginity and girl virginity. We could say that specifically in the bill, but then there would be thousands of other examples that we would need in the bill. Instead, we can simplify the material. We can simplify the material that parents would need, taxpayers would need, to challenge the material, to know why because most parents will look at this bill and they won't even know why it is a thing, because they'd probably be really shocked to find out that ratedbooks.org has lists of hundreds of pornographic books that this bill intends to keep in schools, just like SB 24-216 did last year. So if we really want to provide parents and communities with the resources, why would we reinvent that resource? I mean, if we look at this bill, as soon as I find it, I've got so many amendments here, because this is just, that it refers to, in so many places, other acts. Oh yeah, here we go. It refers to previous revised statutes, refers as to, like the docs like, it refers to Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24. Well, it doesn't reproduce Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24 to describe how that somebody doing a core request for a parent requesting the information.
Representative DeGraff, I believe you are talking about a previous amendment that has failed. Please continue your discussion on Amendment L10, which is before us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I was, because why ratedbooks.org is important to put in here instead of just resources is the same reason that we would cite and say Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24, because it's shorter. It doesn't have to reproduce. So we have this material. This is the material the sponsors want to keep in public libraries. This is because it's been challenged by parents. school libraries, I'm sorry, because it has the effect of triggering instinctual responses and forming sexual norms. The purpose of this material is to form sexual norms. I'm also giving you examples of why we shouldn't just cite the material, like rivers spilled down and spilt across my breast, because that just doesn't need to be in law. It just makes it bulky. When we can just cite ratedbooks.org, parents can go there and they can find out what it is the bill intends to do, which is to make sure that these materials stay in public libraries, school libraries, and that anybody that challenges them can have their name revealed to the public. That's all. It's just a very shorthand way to convey the same information. Good touch, bad touch, funny, dirty hands, clean hands, bad hands, bleaching. We just don't need all that information in the law in order for parents and communities to make a good decision. Not speaking to motive, I don't know why parents are vilified in this bill, community members are vilified in this bill for wanting to remove these materials. But these are the materials that have been codified, and you can go there, look up your library, you can find out if this material is in your library. I'd highly suggest it. But it's risky under this bill. You should do it before this bill passes and is signed, because then your name won't be revealed. Now, that doesn't say your library has a policy to review these materials. It just says that when this bill is signed, then your name will be revealed to whatever activist wants to keep this type of material in front of children. Now, what type of activist wants to keep this information in front of children? I don't know. Because this body would have the ability right now, instead of this bill, could say, you know what, all of this material we should remove from schools and public libraries and tax-funded curations. We should remove it. But it doesn't. What it does is it codifies the keeping of that material into law that you will sign, that you will endorse. It's a great website. It's a troubling website. It's a very, ratedbooks.org is a very troubling website. I would think that a professional librarian who has the best interest of their children at heart would go to that website and make sure that would be able to then go to this website and go, let me go and check out my own stacks. Let me go and check out my own stacks and see what's in there. Do I have any of these books? Do we have any of these books in our stacks of carefully curated and professionally maintained books? Because if so, I could find out what people find objectionable to them and remove them personally, just as part of the normal cleaning process, quickly, quietly. But instead, the sponsors of the bill are bringing legislation to keep the material found in ratedbooks.org in your school libraries. Now, there are some that are rated like 0 and 1 that are rated, but they don't have any objectionable material. Sometimes people will refer to those and say, well, this website lists those things, but they're rated as a 0 or a 1. Because even some books that are probably good, like 1984, everybody should read, there are some troubling parts in it. 1984 is probably in here. Probably shouldn't be read by a middle schooler without at least some supervision or editing. So if you want to hide the material from parents, from communities, from being carefully curated by professional librarians with master's degrees so that they can protect the children, this amendment's for you. If you want to make sure that this material remains in the dark and is hidden behind euphemism like censorship, then vote against this amendment. I think putting this material in libraries is predatory. But that's for this body to determine. Vote yes on this amendment. Protect the children and stop hiding behind euphemisms that make them more vulnerable.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 10? Representative DeGraff.
And I find that no vote very, very disturbing.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 10. All those in favor say we'll go into a quick recess. The House will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L10 to Senate Bill 63. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment L10, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L10 is lost. To the bill, Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would like some clarification about something, please. I received a question from a constituent, and I would like to make sure that that concern is expressed because I don't have the answer to it, so I wanted just some clarification around it. This constituent reached out to me and said, hey, you know, I am the de facto, not legal guardian, not legal custody, right, just de facto for my grandson, lives at home. responsible for his education, wondering, does this bill mean that he cannot object to materials that his grandson may be exposed to that he finds objectionable? Again, not the legal guardian, but does all the school work with him, goes all to the meetings at school, talks with teachers, does all of the de facto parent responsibilities. As my constituent understands this bill, and though he understands also that he understands his grandson more than anybody, my constituent is concerned that they would have no say whatsoever to the materials that they may be exposed to. So I'm just wondering if you could please address that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Wolford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 4 of the bill, lines 18 through 20 is the answer. And it says parent means biological parent, adoptive parent, legal guardian, or any other person having legal custody of a child.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you. So just so I understand, so there's nothing in there for anybody that if they have not gone through the actual legal process, if they have not declared, there hasn't been that legal declaration, but yet this person is still financially responsible for a child, that they would need to go through those mechanisms in order to be classified in those definitions as you have read. Otherwise, they would not have any opportunity. Please just want to make sure that I'm getting that right.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question before us is a really important question. I think it's one that really comes down to when a school acknowledges what is a legal parent or a guardian. And in that case, if without any sort of legal standing, if a school would give that individual who is caring for that kid, who is putting the financial resources into raising that kid, giving any legal authority, that's actually in violation. And so if that doesn't exist in that case, it shouldn't exist in this case either.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. And to be fair, I am not intimately acquainted with the details of this particular situation. And so I believe that this may be an area for many that may be troubling. And just wanted to point out that there may be a spot where some of these de facto parents that don't have that classification may be exposed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I think what you are bringing up is actually an even, yeah, go ahead. Go. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, appreciate it. I think what you are bringing up is actually an even much larger question that cannot actually be answered in this bill. A school, a place where it is bound by both state and federal law, cannot in fact view somebody that does not have legal guardianship of a child as a decision maker of that child's fate, if you will, of their education. And so given that this is wrapped into school district policy, it should stand.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 63? Seeing Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague from El Paso County was trying to convince me. He insisted that it looks like, from his opinion, that this bill is intentionally trying to make sure that these kids, literally little kids, have access to these books. And I kept saying, I can't believe that. Nobody would do that on purpose. And he said, nope, this is intentional. And he said, I'll show you, I'll run an amendment. So he ran that last amendment, and it really does look like this could be intentional. Well, why would we want little kids to have access to this? So I'm thinking, well, that can't be true. I trust these people too much. And so I said, maybe he just ran the amendment in the wrong place in the bill and didn't address in the proper place in the bill. Because nobody wants kids to have access to this stuff. But this bill really does look like we're fighting hard to make sure kids have access to extremely pornographic stuff. It does look like that. And I don't really truly understand a people that will do that to their children. I really don't understand that. That's beyond the pale for me. That's egregious. So I'm assuming maybe that it was just not in the right place, and that's why the other amendment was not accepted. And so I run Amendment 009 to 63 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
That is an improper motion. If you could restate.
I move 009 to 63 and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment 9 has been displayed to the amendment.
So again, this is going to amend the re-engrossed bill on page 3 after line 13. And we want to insert many of these challenged library resources are compiled on ratedbooks.org, a website dedicated to helping concerned parents keep grooming pornography out of public libraries. This is real simple. You believe in keeping grooming resources, pornography, grooming resources out of children's hands, or you want it in their hands. This is the resource to make sure that that happens. So choose how you vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Just for what it's worth in regards to at least why I did not vote for the last amendment or this one, we talked at length earlier about putting a vetting test for pornography in this bill. So I do believe that's already addressed. Also, grooming can be considered criminal. I don't think that we want to associate that with this. And then lastly, I believe, and this is something we were researching, that we cannot write into statute to drive any potential business to a specific organization. And so we were questioning that earlier. The Constitution does have language, we're trying to figure it out, that you cannot run special legislation or legislation that benefits a particular business. So between us doing earlier, putting in a balancing test on this, and again, a test that already exists with bringing books in, we believe that that is covered, and that is nobody's motive to support this, just for the record, if anybody wants to assume what it may be. We ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L009 fails. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. It's really unfortunate, but if anybody wants to know what the materials are that are specifically referred to in this bill, they can go to ratedbooks.org. I don't think there's any money in that. I think it's a cost. The Assistant Majority Leader also has a website. I will get that at
Representative
some later
DeGraff, please
date.
keep our comments to the pending bill, or the bill before us, not to commercial interests outside of this room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are clearly some people in this room that lack decorum. All right. I move House L011 to SB 063 and ask that it be displayed. You may run with it if you like.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment 11 has been properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this does, because there are materials that are challenged by parents. And I've got, just in a short list, about 15 or 20 pages right here that seems to make the adults in this room blush. Strange to want to keep them in front of children. But we're going to go to page 7 after line 2. Substitute section E and then renumber. A library resource that is challenged, a library resource that is challenged, and presumably it's challenged because it is not meant for the edification of children, because otherwise, how often have parents just been going and challenging library resources? Most people can't even keep up with their schedule, having to pay taxes continuously. They lose a third of their year every year, so they don't have time for this nonsense. I mean, 1/3 of the year is spent on compelled labor. Nobody has time for this. Ain't nobody got time for that. A library resource that is challenged must be removed from a public accessibility until a determination about the library resource is made. Parental supervision while accessing the challenged library resource may be allowed for children under the age of 18. So this is not removing it from the library. This is just saying, hey, out of an abundance of caution, until the library resource is reviewed for, I don't know, things like maybe even just the recurrence of things like words like ass, bitch, or dick, then you would remove that resource from the access of kids. Seems reasonable. Level 2 book. Oh, it's in there too. Oh, even worse words in a level 2 book. So if a parent comes to you and says, hey, maybe a story starring my dead best friend isn't edifying for children, maybe we should take some action for the protection of these children, because what we're talking about again is their brain plasticity, triggering of instinctual responses, which then incite dopamine responses, which create addictions, which make it difficult for children to form lasting relationships later in life. Oh, you guys should read some of this stuff. You'd be embarrassed if I read it out loud, so I won't. So, maybe I will. All right, a library resource that is challenged must be removed from public accessibility. So this is just an abundance of caution. It's just an abundance of caution. A parent goes up, takes the risk of the docs-like section of page 4F and deems it is so important that they're willing to have their name removed. They revealed to activists who want to keep this material in front of kids that we're just going to remove that material from the stacks in order till a determination about the library resource is made. But because just like in this room, when last year I was told I couldn't read that material, I couldn't read material like this that the chair won't let me read right now because there was a concern that there were children in the room And with children in the room, the parents should be making this decision. So I've already included in that. Parental supervision would be allowed to access these books that are professionally codified, curated, to be kept in front of children for the shaping of their sexual mores. So it's a great amendment. It's a good compromise between the parents that are concerned about this material being just left out open in the stacks and the parents that and the professional librarians who would clearly not be leaving this material, according to the sponsors anyways, would clearly not be leaving this material in plain sight for kids. So since that's not going to happen, if somebody has a question, the best thing to do would be to take it off the shelves, but still allow parental supervision to make that material accessible. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I am actually going to ask for a no vote, and there's a couple reasons here. The first reason is the reason why the bill is explicitly saying to not remove the book until it has been evaluated is because every local school district or other education entity can create their own policy, which also can create the timeline of their own policy. The faster that an entity is incentivized to evaluate whether or not a book is appropriate or not, the faster it can either be taken off the shelf or it can remain on the shelf for the educational purpose of the child. Second, the second half of this question here. How can anyone, one, expect, if you are sitting with your 15-year-olds and they want to read a book and that you allow them to read this book, my question to all of you parents, and I can say as an aunt, I don't do this when I am taking care of my nieces and nephews. As a parent, are you going to sit with that child for 2, 3, 30 minutes while they're there reading the entire time, providing that level of supervision? If you are, great, continue doing it. But if not, to require that so that a child has access to a book seems like an overreach of parental rights, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Wow. So, we have the entire point of this bill to make sure that these materials are available to minors without parental supervision. Now, we could have had a bill that removed all of the questionable materials and said, hey, parents have been really concerned about these materials. We should just remove them and make sure, and just not have them be publicly funded. Nobody's talking about banning any sort of books. We're talking about, and we're not even just talking about publicly funding. We're talking about being professionally curated by trained, degreed librarians. That would, now I don't think there's anything in this that says, well, accessing parental supervision. I guess we could clear that up if that's a question. But that's just saying that they have to have parental supervision to access it. They could still check it out. They could take it home. But for some reason, the materials that I've cited that nobody wants read in this room because it's uncomfortable to know what you're voting for some reason you don't want to know what you're voting for. And you not only don't want to know what you're voting for, but you do want to make sure that those materials are accessible to minors for the grooming of their minds in sexual mores and preferences without adult supervision. So this bill, because here's the other thing about the timeline that because the sponsor mentioned that these facilities can create their own timeline. And remember that the clone of this bill was from last year that specified the whole point of the bill is to keep this material in front of kids without supervision. So what this bill does is it also allows them to create a timeline that might be, these materials will be reviewed sometime in the next ice age. Which from global warming, of course, we know will be never or something, I don't know. So, do I think that the sponsors are going to allow this bill? No, because the intention of the bill, the reason that this bill was brought forward is to give legal backing to make sure that these grooming materials are available to children unsupervised. The only point of these amendments is to make sure you understand how many loopholes are in this bill to make sure that the materials cited in this book that are referenced and codified in ratedbooks.org are meant to be kept in front of your children. So do you expect a 15-year-old and somehow making pornographic material available to children is somehow, in the sponsor's mind, emblematic of parental
Representative
rights?
DeGraff, please do not attribute or impugn the motives of other members or the bill sponsors.
Well, Mr. Chair, could I read from the materials and we could make a determination if some of the materials would be edifying or if they would be considered pornographic?
Representative DeGraff, please limit your comments to Amendment 11, which talks about library resources and the process for challenging those by parents. So please limit your comments to that.
Library resource that is challenged. So what this does, what this would do is it would circumvent the ability for, let's just pretend, I mean, because we do have examples of, we have police, we have school board members, we have teachers that have been arrested recently for not having the best interest of children at mind. So let's just pretend that one of them could be a librarian. Not all librarians. I would say the majority, the vast majority are great people, no doubt. There's good people on both sides. But if there's material that's deemed objectionable, then that material should be removed until it's reviewed. And in that review, it would go through the test, like the Miller test, the pornography test, to make sure that it is something that is worthy of being carefully and professionally curated by librarians. That's it. It would just make sure to close that loophole of just being able to say, yeah, you objected, and we will review that book in about 10 years. It's on the list, we promise. Down the road someplace. This just takes it off the list, still gives the kid access to it if a parent says, you know what, I think my kid needs to have access to that questionable material. That parent could even check out the book for their kids. That would be perfectly in keeping with their parental rights. But if I can't read it in this room, why do you want it available to kids without supervision? These are the type books that the bill specifically calls out for parents wanting to have them removed. Why then would you make a bill that specifically ensures that those materials are available to kids without adult supervision? This closes that loophole, at least in part, to protect the kids.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 11? Representative Garcia.
members, I feel the strong need to just do a quick reset here. There has been a lot of really outrageous accusations here that the desire of myself and of my co-prime and of our Senate sponsors want to corrupt minds with ensuring that there is completely and totally inappropriate material in schools, and I find that utterly offensive and completely off base. We are bringing a bill forward that is asking districts and other education entities to establish their own policy with some guardrails and some guidelines on how to evaluate when there is a complaint brought about a book. That is it. It is not to prohibit action to be taken against a book that may be inappropriate and somehow found their way into a library. It is to direct a clear policy to avoid books that are stricken from library rosters simply because of a disagreement. This amendment here will do exactly as the sponsor of this amendment said, and it will effectively allow somebody to report a book and leave it off the shelf without any consideration until 2 years later, when the bill says 2 years, they report it again, and they report it again. This amendment is not a good one. This amendment requires and forces parents to have to be by their kids' side every single chance that they're going to be reading a book. I am not going to assume the type of upbringing of one of the speakers that has been here today that leads him to make these accusations of others, but I will ask for a little bit of respect and not impugning motives, and to be civil in this chamber. Please vote no.
Representative DeGraff, and before you come to the mic, just a reminder for all of the members who are speaking or participating to speak, please keep civility and respect for each other front of mind. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I'd been very civil, and I have not questioned anybody's why. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to close the loopholes in a bill, and I do appreciate that the sponsors have said that's not their intent. So I'm really surprised that when I bring forward what would be a loophole in this bill that could be exploited by somebody with untoward interest towards children, that I'm opposed. I won't question as to why. I'm just going to say it's surprising. So in this bill, in this amendment, a library resource that is challenged must be removed from public accessibility. It's just taken off the shelf, just removed from the stacks, put away in the back room. Now, is this going to be a book banned like Yertle the Turtle? You know, I mean, those books have been effectively removed. It's a great political book. So when the sponsor says that these books could just be removed, they could only be removed until there's consideration. And then they would go through the consideration. They would go through the consideration, and then they would say, well, that book needs to be banned, or that doesn't need to be banned. Not banned, maybe just kept in an inaccessible place. Maybe kept in a place of the library that's not accessible to kids without their parental supervision. Now, I suppose if Yertle the Turtle lands there accidentally, well, then you should be able to do a quick review of that in accordance with the policy that may or may not exist run it through the tests, run it through the consideration, write up a thing as to why or why not that book should be considered to be removed or should be removed. And if it's not to be removed, then it would just go right back to the shelf, and there would be something that would be published on it that would say that the library would release a report or have it available on their website per this bill that would say, we did not remove Yertle the Turtle from the shelves of the library because The King of Salamasan is an excellent example in political overreach. That's it. But now they might say, kites, which I was not allowed to read. Maybe that's not as edifying. I won't question the motive. So I'm trying, the sponsor is saying that these materials are not protected. I'm just trying to close the loopholes to help her not protect the materials inadvertently. Yet, my assistance is being rebuffed. Direct a clear policy to avoid books stricken over a disagreement. If there's a disagreement, the library reviews the books. The library can still, they can have a weekly meeting. They can have a daily meeting. They have a daily meeting as to reviewing the books that are requested to be removed. But the bill wants them to be able to have a policy to create their own policy. That would be like the policy that's referenced from SB 24-216, which is to create no policy. Same books that were presented last year. The school, let's see. A local education provider shall not reconsider the same library resource more than once every 2 years. So you could turn in Yertle the Turtle and say, that is a negative reflection on socialism and so should be banned, and then the library puts it right back in. Now it can't be reviewed for 2 years. It's safe. Except that the established policy for reconsideration of a library resource adopted by a local education provider may specify a period longer than 2 years. So I don't know if the sponsor actually read this bill, during which the local education provider will not, not allowed by law, will not reconsider the same library resource. I'm just trying to help. Just trying to help. I'm a helpful kind of guy. That's what engineers do. So the devil is in the details. There's a lot of details. Why somebody would want a challenged book to be available without parental supervision, I won't speak to the motive. Not allowed. I asked for an aye vote. Children are vulnerable enough. We have social media bills to keep them off the internet, and then we have clearly, because the books that I've cited that I'm not allowed to read are available in public and school libraries, if not in the classroom. I'm not sure that it's all that much better to have it in print on a shelf that can be accessed anytime, or as an internet resource with your library card online at any time with your school library iPad. These books are in our libraries. These books that I'm not allowed to read in front of adults are available in libraries online for children. I'm trying to close the gap and make them so Maybe they would only be available with adult supervision. Somehow, for reasons completely unknown to me, the body wants to make sure that these materials are available online to children in their libraries, in their public classrooms, in their school libraries, without adult supervision. Talking about very, obviously, well beyond the tolerance of adults in this room. Why? I don't know. I won't speak to motive. That there's loopholes in this bill that allow it? Absolutely. This bill could have been, have a policy. Have a policy to review materials that people in the community find objectionable, and if they don't pass the test, those materials would be removed. Instead, we have 7 pages of obfuscation. And when there's 7 pages of obfuscation, when you could solve the problem in a paragraph, I think that's telling. I won't question the motive, but I think it's telling. If somebody has a question about a material, they raise that question, they present it, that material should be sequestered away from juvenile minds. And it's just 18 years old. We have other things in our statutes that say a youth is 26 years old. This cuts it off at 18, age of majority for most things. That's all it says. Remove that material from general circulation, from public accessibility, make it available for it with adult supervision. They can still buy it on Amazon.com, whatever they want to do. I don't want to say any websites again, don't want to get in trouble. They can still buy it. There's no ban on books. Close the loopholes in this. If you're going to keep the loopholes open, then my only assumption can be that that is the intent. I'm trying to close the loopholes for you because you're telling me that's not the intent.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L011 is lost. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Let's try to close some more loopholes. Just going to keep this open right here as my motivation, and maybe I'll just start reading randomly from the materials that the loopholes, contrary to the sponsor's wishes, that the loopholes are actually keeping in public
Representative
schools.
DeGraff, you're getting pretty close to speaking to motive, so just keep it to your amendment.
I think motive is why, but okay. I move L020 to SB 063, ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and Amendment 20 is properly displayed to the amendment.
I mean, we should be talking about the budget, about how we're being nickeled and dimed, but instead, we're talking about I'm forced to talk about how to keep pornography out of the schools. Amend, re-engross bill, page 6, line 25. Page 6, line 25. Strike years, accept and substitute years. Strike 6, lines 26 and 27, strike lines 7, page 7, strike lines 1 and 2. So what this leaves us with is a local education provider shall not reconsider the same library resource more than once every 2 years. And it gets rid of the accept. It gets rid of the loophole. It gets rid of that loophole. And what is that loophole? Well, that loophole, let's read the loophole. I don't know why the loophole's in there, but it's there. Now, I'm just an engineer, I'm not a lawyer. And I'm no expert in grammar, but this just really looks like a loophole. Except, that's a great word to start a loophole with. Except that the established policy for the reconsideration of a library adopted by a local education provider may specify a period longer than 2 years during which the local education provider will not, it's not a matter of won't be forced to, it's a matter of the force of the law put in place by this body, the General Assembly of the state of Colorado, will preclude reconsideration of a resource, even though parents might find it objectionable, and it might be one of the books that I have cited, and I have open here, and the sponsor has cited as edifying for young minds, but I'm not allowed to read it in this room. So not only that, so this just limits it to the reconsideration. So if somebody complains about Yertle the Turtle, and I just say that to pick on a very favorite book of mine, if somebody complains about Yertle the Turtle and government overreach, then that book would go off the shelves until it could be reconsidered and returned to the stacks. And then if somebody complains about it the next week and it's inside that period of 2 years, there would be no bothering with that. But it wouldn't leave it open for 10 years or decades or the history of ever. Because it might be, contrary to the sponsor's motives, it might be one of these books that has been found to be in public libraries and school libraries, placed there by activists who don't have the best interests of kids. It might be one of those books. Might be one of those books that talks about her legs, her lovely legs, that maybe a parent doesn't find edifying for their 14-year-old. But they could, under my previous amendment, sit with them or check the book out for them. They could still make it available. But the bill could be responded. And here's another thing here, refers to section 22-1-143. That's why we'd use something like ratedbooks.org instead of listing out every single book that's in there. It's for abbreviation. Because the loophole in here that the sponsor is apparently unaware of, and the Senate certainly did not mean to be in there, would allow for the material just to be, well, never reviewed, and if ever reviewed, then off limits for whatever unchallengeable process that is made forever. So I appreciate it. I am very glad to know that the sponsors do not have any intent of these loopholes, and so I expect full cooperation from the body of the General Assembly in closing this loophole that would otherwise keep pornographic materials available to children.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are a lot of things that I want to say right now, but I'm just going to focus on saying no to this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 20? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 20. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L20 is lost. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Trying to help. Just trying to help. I move L023 to SB063 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. That is properly displayed. Please proceed.
The laughs, I thought maybe it was improperly displayed, but it is properly displayed. Thank you very much. Amend, re-engross bill, page 3, line 4, after education. Page 3, line 4. Whoop, wrong page. Basically insert edification, for the improvement of. If we're going to be paying money, that should be one of the standards. If society is going to be paying money, interest, education, enlightenment just means being made aware of. So edification would be a good word in here. Typically, we're talking about that, but making an improvement. So I ask that we choose our books. If we're going to have library material that is for more than just titulating our students, that we move to have resources that edify them, that improve society, as opposed, because seriously, they have entertainment at all levels at their fingertips. So again, protect the children. This is just to have some level of standards that parents could look at and say, is this material edifying? Not just is it pornography, but is it edifying to the children? And the books that I've cited, including The Kite, I don't think when you look at them as a whole, I don't think they're edifying. Other parents might agree. This would leave it, and this would make sure that the libraries would address whether the material is or is not edifying to their student body, as opposed to just entertaining and titulating.
Is there any further? Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I continue to be surprised at the length of debate on this bill, especially when there's so many other problems that we could be addressing, like, for example, how to support the Senate in identifying a different way to tell us that they are having a division vote. I appreciate the creativity of my colleague from El Paso, but request a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L23? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L23 to Senate Bill 63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L23 is lost. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
I think I did mention that it would be better if we were doing something more worthwhile for the people of Colorado. But instead, the Senate sends over a bill that is so full of loopholes that they won't allow me to close and keep pornographic material away from young minds, that I feel a little bit compelled to deal with this material. So yeah, I mean, we haven't even gotten to the budget. I mean, really, that's our only purpose for being here. We're $5 billion in debt. We have $100 billion of infrastructure.
To the bill, Representative.
We should be dealing with something else, not the loopholes in a bill that leave children vulnerable. I'm not sure why they're being denied, but I won't speak to motive. I move L022 to SB063 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion.
Page 7, line 17.
One moment, please. Now it is displayed. Please proceed.
Okay. We know that there can be highly trained professionals that maybe do not have the community's best interest at heart, which is why we have recently dealt in law enforcement with the list of inescapable allegations. So this bill, rife with loopholes, has an interesting one for one that is intended to give schools the ability to create a policy or not to protect children from the material that parents have found objectionable that is codified in ratedbooks.org. So let's look at this. What does this say? Retaliation against library employees prohibited. A public school library, public school. They work for the public. I'm pretty sure that means they work for, paid by the public, on behalf of the benefit of the public, for the benefit of the public. And before this bill, I would have, well, no, there was the last bill, but before this bill, perhaps in the last bill, I would have thought for the benefit of the public. A public school library staff member shall not be subject to termination, demotion, or discipline or retaliation for refusing to remove a library resources before it has been reviewed in accordance with the applicable local education provider's policy, which may or may not exist, of library resources for making decisions that the school library staff member believes in good faith are in accordance with the policy of the local education provider. So this just takes that out and says, hey, if you're not going to be working on behalf of the public, then maybe you shouldn't be working on be paid on behalf by the public. Strike demotion, discipline, retaliation, and substitute demotion and discipline. So that just says, if a librarian who is paid by the public for the benefit of the public decides to counter the will of the public, their employers, that they would actually be subject to demotion and discipline. I think anybody is used to that in their job. If, say, you are told by your employer to do something and you don't do that, you might find yourself risking demotion or discipline. So if the public tells a librarian to remove a product that is deemed as harmful to children, and the librarian refuses the public request to remove material deemed that has been at least suspect of being harmful to children, then there probably should be some questions as to why that individual is promoting material that is at least questionably or arguably harmful to children. And if somebody is acting in a manner that the public for whom they work is harmful to children, then the public should probably have the ability to ask that that individual not be around children, which is their job. And if you can't do your job because of the personal choices, then you probably need to just find a new job. That's it. I don't know why the sponsors like all these loopholes. No idea. I won't speak to that. But the materials that the parents have questioned they're not even questionable. They're just repulsive, as declared by the chair, not allowing me to read the materials that the parents have found objectionable. Even a book that was cited by the sponsor. Can't read it. Can't read it because everybody, the adults in this room, are just shocked. So if a librarian is going to keep the kite in a public library and the people of their county say, I think that bill has some objectionable material in it, and you work for that community, they should have some say. So again, this bill is not about local control. This bill is about usurping local control for the purpose of ostensibly keeping material like this in place, because every loophole I've tried to close, this body has voted to keep open. I mean, sections of the majority of this body has fought to keep open. This is just one more way to close one more loophole. Vote yes.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the work of my colleague whom I would, since I can't reference him by name, I will say Representative Amendment Machine. He's been very busy making amendments on this bill that I respect and appreciate his passion, but it just is not workable. If we pass this amendment, we are saying it is okay to fire a librarian for following the policy established by a local school board. That's not okay. That's not okay. Librarians simply doing their jobs, they don't answer to the public, they answer to their supervisor, the principal. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
There's a theory that the principal would also, but this, what does this say? A public school library staff member shall not be subject to the termination, demotion, or discipline. Because presumably, I would presume that those actions would be taken by the school principal. So if, say, there was a librarian that opted to keep harmful materials in front of children, circumventing the will of the populace, of the people that have children in that room, the people who have entrusted children, to be in the care of the parent, so kind of acting as a proxy parent. And so that individual making decisions on behalf of the child, knowing full well that that action is contrary to the will of the parents. How would you know if it's within the will of their parents? Well, it would be within the will of the parents if that material was sequestered and they said, you know what, I think I'm going to take my kid into the back room so he can read The Kite. So I would assume that it would be the principal that would be dealing with this. And if not the principal, then it would be the school board dealing with this. Again, this is just trying to close a loophole of somebody who does what? A public school employee, staff member shall be subject to termination, demotion, discipline for refusing to remove a library resource. Let's close the loopholes in this. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L22 to Senate Bill 63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sponsor will be thrilled that this is my last amendment, that trying to close the loopholes of this bill. Loopholes which are very detrimental to the children. I would say after this bill, the passage, say the governor signs it instead of vetoes it, that you should probably keep your kids out of any school public library. So I move that L017 be to SB 063 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment.
And of course, this is just your standard perfunctory abuse of a safety clause. This bill is an abuse of the safety clause. And why, pray tell? I don't know. Because perhaps so that it goes into effect at a much earlier date, doesn't give parents, I mean, there's about 25,000, I think, or so about the petitions that were just signed to the, sent to the governor today. I mean, it is good that the public is becoming aware of what's going on in this room. But the petition clause, the safety clause, is just about, in this case, I mean, what's the emergency here? What's the emergency of this bill? That kids might lose access to pornographic material? Pretty sure that's not a threat. Let's be honest with our citizens. Let's honor the constitutional right to disagree. Is it likely that the parents will rise up and say, no, we would actually like to protect our kids from the loopholes that make pornographic grooming materials available to them? We would like to oppose that. Is it likely? Probably not. For the immediate preservation of the public health, public peace, health, or safety. I don't see how this, it certainly doesn't deal with the public health if the loopholes in it that were completely unintentional but defended vehemently. Safety. We heard from numerous females how they feel the pornography that is being foisted upon them makes them feel unsafe. That it's unsafe to be female as their spaces are invaded and they can't leave in public. So because of material like this that I cited, that is defended, that is the material that is specifically cited for the purpose of this bill, because that's the material that this bill is meant to protect. This is an end run around the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Now, is it likely that the citizens have grievances that, no, I mean, because overall they're just beaten down by the 700 bills per year. Each in this room took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Colorado, which is founded on, those are built upon the foundation of the principles of governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Yet the will of the governed is what this bill is designed to subvert. Do parents think that these materials should be kept away from kids? Yes. This bill prevents that from happening. This bill prevents that from happening. Do parents object to pornographic grooming material being in the hands of children? Yes. This bill makes sure it keeps happening. Consent of the governed. This law is about taking each individual one by one into the powerful hands of government and molding him as it pleases. We talked about brain plasticity. We did. I did. I talked about brain plasticity. Actually, quoted from a book, a study about brain plasticity.
Representative
what the harms
DeGraff,
are.
to the amendment, please.
We're talking about the safety clause.
Yes.
This bill is about taking each individual into the powerful hands of government and molding him as it pleases. It's about the sovereign power extending its arms over the entire society and covering him with a small network of small, complicated, minute, and uniform rules. The most original minds and the most vigorous of souls cannot break through or go beyond. These laws do not break wills, but soften them, bend them, direct them, to reduce the nation to being nothing but a flock of timid and industrious animals of the nanny state. That's a little modification of de Tocqueville. Our title is not to be leader. Nobody was elected to be a leader. You might think you were meant to be a leader, but your title is representative, and you're supposed to represent the interests of the people of Colorado. And voting for a bill like this is specifically to circumnavigate the will of the people of Colorado. We are not elected to impose our good intentions for some greater good that never is, but to execute those just powers to which the governed would consent. And how do we know they wouldn't consent? Because of laws like this that have to be made to circumvent their will. They're just powers only if they are derived from the will of the governed, the consent of the governed. This bill is 100% designed, as I've shown you, by trying to close some of the loopholes in this bill. And I only had a day to read it, because I thought it was a different bill entirely. Then it was replaced. And I'd hoped that it wouldn't be so bad. If we are afraid to present a law for consideration by the governed, absent some truly emergent reason to preserve the public peace, health, and safety, it should be assumed to be in opposition of the consent of the governed and therefore not in accordance with any just powers allotted to us, but in contradiction to the constitutions of both Colorado and the United States, and therefore not an actual law, but an edict imposed by fiat, and a violation of the oath we took at the session start and the pledge we cite every day. Today, I move the safety clause be removed and replaced with a standard clause that allows the citizens of Colorado to exercise their fundamental rights, albeit unlikely, to petition the government for the redress of any potential grievances for which they would find in the good intentions, quotes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We get closer every day. Of this edict, this potential fetter upon the liberty so that we can confidently hold that is within the bounds of the consent of the governed. I would also urge that we reflect on the nature of the just powers and renew our resolve to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, not a government to the people. We want to be a governing body that is for the people, not on the people. Reference Yertle the Turtle. I morally, constitutionally, in the name of good governance, urge an aye vote to remove the unfounded safety clause. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did talk to the sponsors and really appreciate the engaging conversation on the petition clause a couple of hours ago. I do think it's really important for two reasons. One, I think if parents want to organize and mobilize, or taxpayers want to organize and mobilize, that they have the opportunity to do that. It is difficult, as the sponsor of this amendment alluded to, but why wouldn't we give them that right to do it if they so choose? And so I do think the petition clause is really important. The second thing is, the safety clause says this goes into effect immediately upon signing. However, most of what this bill is around developing policies, and we all know school districts don't work that fast. It's the end of the year, then they have summer, and so it's gonna take some time to develop these policies, so I don't understand the immediate need to put this in place tomorrow or whenever this bill is signed, if it's signed into law. I think we should be able to give the people the time that they need in order to mobilize if they so choose, and school districts the time that they need to develop good policies. So I support the petition clause and urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Voters can take an issue to the ballot at any time. They actually don't, in fact, need a petition clause. They can mobilize and go to the ballot on whatever they want when it comes to books, if they'd like to. The other issue is that this petition clause is not necessarily a clean petition clause and already dictates when the election should take place, so I ask for no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, I can just tell you there were no modifications by me to this petition clause. I just asked for a standard petition clause. Petition clause. And there is a reason that we have a petition clause as opposed to a safety clause and then a general abuse of the safety clause. If everything is an emergency, nothing is an emergency, and I certainly don't see that it's an emergency. That there's nothing that this bill changes. These kids in the public schools already have access to the grooming porn. It's already there. This doesn't change anything. What this does is it just gives cover for not creating a policy, for creating a policy that is so full of loopholes that it is worse than meaningless. There are so many loopholes in this that would allow unintentionally, apparently unintentionally, to keep materials that apparently everybody in this room found objectionable. You found the material objectionable, and I wasn't even reading in the deep end. You found it objectionable, you want it protected by this bill, and you want that bill protected by a safety clause so that it can go into effect immediately, or probably, let's see. As opposed to just going into effect. Brandy, hand me my stuff. The General Assembly finds and determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace or safety, appropriations of the support and maintenance of the Department of the State and institutions. Somehow, this law that the sponsors want this to go into the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety. I mean, there's 4 appropriations here, that budget part that's brought in, that's not for the immediate safety, but helps with the budget process. That appropriation for the support and maintenance of the departments of state and institutions. So somehow, making a bill to protect materials that are already in schools, the sponsors are declaring that it is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and safety. So, I'm curious how the sponsor will defend that this is for the immediate health, safety, and the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. But I also don't think that the sponsor will defend the immediate peace, public peace, health, or safety, and will just ask to retain the safety clause.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 63? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 149.
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Doherty, also Representative Ferre, concerning measures affecting equestrians.
Representative Ferre.
I am very excited, Madam Chair, and everyone, that we are on to this bill. I just need to read my notes now, so 1 second. All right. I move Senate Bill 149 to second reading.
So moved. To the bill.
Second reading. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is a constituent bill stemming from a tragedy that happened in my district. An individual named Laura Wolf was struck by a distracted driver while she was riding her horse. I don't know about you, but that is very traumatic to see not only be hit by a car, but then have to watch your horse slowly die on the side of the road. So this is something that is very near and dear to my constituents' heart, and I'm honored to bring this forward as a constituent bill. This bill lays the foundation for the horse community to be involved in the planning process. As we build out our communities, we need standardized signs, and including the horse community in the bill, in this design process is so important. This bill is not a requirement on any local governments, but encouraging them to engage with the horse community when they're developing their infrastructure, their master plans, their new developments. There is no fiscal note to this bill, and again, it's not a mandate. I hope you will support this bill.
Representative Suka.
It's not a mandate, it's a good bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would vote yes on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 149? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 149. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 149 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senator Roberts, also Representatives Rutenell and Bradfield, concerning authorization for the state treasurer to invest state money for the creation of affordable for-sale housing in the state.
Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 6 and the House Finance Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment that we brought to the Finance Committee report just gives greater flexibility to the Treasurer's Department. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the finance report to Senate Bill 6. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to addressing the affordable housing crisis, we all know something needs to be done. Sadly, Colorado ranks dead last among the nation, and as a result, now it is 80% of Colorado households are unable to afford the median price of a new home. The NAHB's Housing Opportunity Index of March of 2025, the median says that the median new house sales price is, hold on to your socks, $639,673. That's sobering. Absent affordable housing, our communities suffer, our businesses lack a workforce, and the overall quality of our lives declines. This bill is a novel approach aimed at strengthening investments in order to create affordable housing for workers earning up to 140% of the area's median income. This includes teachers, nurses, small business employees, probably a lot of small business owners, and these people are the ones that keep Colorado going. This bill is not a direct violation of Tabor or a one-off handoff. Rather, it's a smart, self-perpetuating investment in Colorado's future that will be done by allowing the state treasury the ability to invest $50 million into CHFA bonds. And from there, I will ask my co-prime to explain the process, please.
Representative Rutenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I'm sure you all went door to door this past year, and one thing that I'm sure you heard a lot of was that the price of housing is completely out of control. And for many, buying a home is part of the American dream. This is very personal for me and to my constituents. During the Great Recession, my family lost their home, And the lack of affordable housing in Colorado these days is preventing so many families from being able to hold and maintain their home and to have that stability that they so desperately desire. This program, I think, is a very innovative approach to make sure that we're providing low-interest builder loans and low-interest mortgage loans so that folks are able to afford the housing that they so desperately need. And it's a revolving fund, which will allow for home buyers to pay back their loan and for those loans to be used in a future housing stock. So we're really excited to bring this. We think that this will not just drive prices down for so many of our constituents, but also provide that housing stock for generations to come. And we urge an aye vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I feel like I do need to rise and be a lonely voice in the wilderness because this is our Treasury money we are investing in these bonds. And political investing has never gone very well. We asked, or at least I asked in the Finance Committee, the Treasury Department staff that was there, would you do this in your own free judgment or only if you were ordered by the legislature? They made it very clear because this violates the basic principles of a fiduciary of safety, liquidity, and yield. They would never put $50 million of the state treasurer's money into these bonds. And it's not free money. They made clear because of the differential in yield of what they would get at 6% on the $50 million versus the 3% we're artificially imposing through political means. We are losing $1.5 million. It's a $1.5 million hard cost. And to build 175 to 200 affordable housing units, that sounds fantastic. And lots of people may talk about the slippery slope. And this 1% of our Treasury money, or whatever it is, into this investment may not seem to be too much of a danger. But the Treasury staff made it clear it is not something any fiduciary in their right obligations would do. And for that, I feel very strongly as a fiduciary to the taxpayers of this state, I have to be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel I have to clarify that the reason why the Treasurer's Department wouldn't otherwise invest in this is because they are not statutorily compelled to invest in these types of projects, but that they do such investments across localities, not just in this country, but across different countries. And so this is something that is well within the parameters of what a good fiduciary would do. And it's just allowing us to build really great housing stock, which would grow our economy in a way that would more than offset any potential downsides to the Treasurer's Department. So we are excited about this bill, and we urge an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The comments just now raise a question for me because it was my understanding from the report that I received out of the committee hearing that the State Treasurer's Office was in opposition to this bill. And so can you just clarify where they stand on this and why?
Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Treasurer's Department has been a stakeholder that was consulted on many different occasions. We have brought several amendments to be able to address their concerns, including what we just included in this most recent committee report.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does that mean that they are now in a support position? They see this as a good investment worthy of pursuit, or are they just monitoring and leaving the decision to us as to the validity of the policy?
Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Treasurer's Department, my understanding, is in a monitor position, leaving it to our discretion to decide whether this is good policy or not. And of course, I think our priority for so many of us is to build more housing stock.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I think we need to keep in mind that this money is going to be used to allow CHAFA, which has a AAA rating, and they themselves do not receive any general fund monies, but this money will go to CHAFA, which will use that money to sell the bonds that investors will buy, and the profit from that will be used for the building or giving of grants and loans to construction of new homes. It will receive, then the payback comes from the home being sold for a profit, and the community bonus is that there will be people in construction that will have jobs, and those jobs will then empower those people to use the money to buy things in the community, and therefore there is quite a community benefit. Anything more? So, thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just come up. I was a no on this in committee. I did want to come up and express my gratitude for the intent of the bill sponsors. I understand what you're trying to get accomplished. Personally, I have worked with CHAFA through the Douglas County Housing Partnership, through the board that I sit on, to try to find smart, affordable housing solutions in Douglas County. And just for the record, affordable doesn't always mean low income. It can be a variety of different things, a variety of different AMIs, area market incomes. Personally, for me, my passion is more in the 30 to 60 AMI, which is a little bit more in the kind of the range of the workforce housing. I just wanted to come up and recognize the intent of the sponsors, and I do appreciate them trying to work towards solutions like this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 6? Seeing none, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the thinking that goes into this, but I do wonder about getting into this space. When you look at the demographics, for instance, the study on here, Colorado's housing growth has exceeded 40,000 units annually, outpacing population growth. Between 2018 and 2022, the state added an estimated 180,000 housing units. Well, the population increased by 161,000. And of course, most of those homes are going to two individuals. If we increase by 161,000, you divide it by 2.5 or 3, then that would be 50,000 homes. So this surge in production and slowdown in population growth are addressing the housing and the undersupply. So I know previously on other housing legislation that is brought in that we are that say rental prices have gone down, and I would say that the market is doing what the market does in correcting for an error like that. So my fear in this, although well-intentioned and a very interesting idea, is that it's putting the body politic more into this space, and I think that's not a place that we want to be. So I appreciate the effort to do this, but I think if we let the market take its course, we're going to find that the market has solved this, especially if it's creating there's a lot of thinking right now that there is a housing bubble that is looming and not too far off, and that will result in a lot lower prices. And if that happens, then these investments might not be worth as much. So this is just an area I would certainly not say don't ever do it, but maybe it's something to look at the full demographic picture first.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill.
Members, the mom voice is coming out. It's getting way too loud in here. Make good choices. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish I had a mom voice. I've always been accused of being pretty soft-spoken. Owning a home is part of the American dream. It is the #1 way that our children, and in my case, my grandchildren, at some point, can build equity and wealth. And when you have an average price of homes over $600,000, how are our children and our grandchildren going to be able to afford to get into home ownership? How is that possible? Take for a moment the fact that most banks will not allow a mortgage in today's world in the range of 7% for the mortgage, a down payment of 25%. Where are our children and our grandchildren going to find that kind of money? And in many cases, they are young professionals just getting started. I bought my first home at age 26. I would bet in today's world that our children are lucky if they can buy their first affordable home at age 35. How are they going to build equity and wealth when there's a full 10 years between what they can afford today and what we could afford when I was young? I understand that the Treasury is not going to necessarily get a 6% return on these monies. I'm not even sure they're gaining a 6% return. But this bond is going to be issued by CHFA. And for those of you that may not know this, they have a AAA bond rating. I hope everybody heard that. A AAA bond rating. I don't even believe the state has a AAA bond rating. That means they're managing their money very well. I think this is an excellent pilot program. I thank both of these co-prime sponsors as well as the Senate and Senator Roberts for being involved with this. Everything we can do to help our kids and grandkids get into home ownership helps us fulfill what used to be the American dream, and I want to see that dream continue. Thank you. Please vote yes on this.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 6? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few more notes to go over with you. This bill uses bonds from entities like CHFA with a track record, as Representative Taggart said, of managing housing projects. And this is not reckless spending. It's calculated, it's a partnership, and it maximizes impact while minimizing direct state risk. There's transparency and accountability has been built into this project, and it insists on annual reports to the Treasurer and the General Assembly to ensure oversight, tracking the units built, affordability levels, and the community impact. This is to keep the program honest and responsive to Colorado needs. I think before we get I leave the well, I just want you to know that the money will be used to build an affordable house that will be sold so that the builder can receive a profit, and the owner, new owner of that residence will get a 30-year mortgage, will be able to qualify for a 30-year mortgage at probably under market rates. So it's a real incentive to be on that list to get a home like this. This home will be in the affordable range, and there will be some guidelines for that new homeowner as to how they can sell, because it will need to stay in that affordable range, but some of those details haven't been worked out. So I just want to say once again that this is not a fly-by-night operation. It has been well thought out. It's been well discussed, and I'm quite proud to say that the builders and communities that are supporting this are many, and I appreciate that. So please, we both would appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I felt strongly to come down because I heard a few comments that were a little bit concerning. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae and many of the mortgage companies had AAA ratings too for decades until they were forced to make political investments into mortgages. And I'm not saying this is the exact same thing, but this is the slippery slope issue of trying to require something that's not supposed to be used, a tool for a different tool. The Treasury made clear safety, yield, and liquidity, and especially the liquidity. If we go into a massive recession and $50 million of our bonds can't be sold, it may only be a little bit now, but this is an issue. And this is to produce 175 to 200 affordable housing units. That's out of the 30 to 40,000 units we need in Metro Denver. It looks good. It looks good. We can pat ourselves on the back and say, look what we did for affordable housing. But ask yourself what you have done to trust in the government once again. And like I said, for years, you could get away in the mortgage market with forcing political investing in those mortgage companies and the fraud that started happening. But it comes back and bites you. It is a slippery slope. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 6? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 6. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 6 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon on House Bills 1123 as amended, 1174, and 1300 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 6 as amended, 63 as amended, and 149 passed on second reading, ordered revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Zokai. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 63.
Representative Bottoms moves to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L9 to Senate Bill 63 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 63 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only have one Cal amendment. I think Representative DeGraff has a whole herd. But I move the Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
I do believe that this subject, and I don't think the left side is getting how important this is to us. This is our children. We're not playing around here. We will not give up. I'm very discouraged by these kind of bills. I'm discouraged by the heart behind them, and I don't even know for sure what that is, because I truly don't understand it. These are kids. Pornography to our kids is not okay, and I don't care what anybody ever says about that. I believe it's wrong. It's not just not okay, it is wrong on so many levels. I don't understand why we can't use ratedbooks.org. They address this on all kinds of levels, but what they're saying is this is immorality that we are previewing before our children. Just saying whatever you want to do, second graders, you want to go check these things out. We don't have any kind of resource, we don't have any kind of guidelines, and I'm really concerned with a resistance to a guideline that would say these things are not okay for children. And we say, oh no, we think they are. That's what concerns me the most. That's deeply concerning for our children. It's deeply concerning to me for our state. It's deeply concerning to me for the health, the well-being, the mental health, the sexual health of these children going forward. Right now they're in a trap of sexual attack by this state and by the things of this state.
Representative Bottoms to the amendment. Thank you.
And so, since they are being attacked by the state, I think we need to have ratedbooks.org as a resource. And again, I do not understand why some kind of depravity at this level should not be addressed. Why are we not addressing it? Why are we going the opposite direction? Please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to just reiterate again that I don't believe that there is a single person in this room that believes that it is okay for young people and kids to have access to pornography. What this amendment does is it highlights a single non-objective source as a source of truth. I don't believe that we should be doing that as a body. What the sponsor of this said is that this is what gives the guidelines. We've already adopted an amendment that was crafted with the other side of the aisle that reinforced guidelines using the Miller test, defining obscenity. That's the guideline. That's the guideline that has always been used since 1973, and that's the guideline that continues to be used to determine whether something is appropriate, whether it is obscene. We also have in this state, we have 4 laws, criminal laws, when obscenity is distributed to minors. That exists. please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Espinoza, Ferre, Garcia Sander, Ricks, Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Representative Espinoza is excused. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 42 no, and 2 excused, the Bottoms Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Senate Bill 63.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment, L10 to Senate Bill 63, to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 63 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting this one. I had it counted, but just to correct the correction. So this is to amend re-engrossed bill, page 3, line 16, strike resources and substitute resources, many of which can be found at ratedbooks.org, a website dedicated to helping parents keep grooming pornography out of public libraries. None of those materials are actually declared. I move H002 to LSB0063.
If you would like to move the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, Representative, that would help.
Is this the first time I've done this year? I move the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. I was just showing some of the new guys how to not do it.
Thank you for the illustration.
Everybody got it? All right. So this is not, the bill refers to parents challenging materials, library resources, what it calls library resources, and says there are parents, and it makes it seem like these parents are just doing this for no good reason, that they're just challenging them. Well, there are parents out there that are concerned that there are materials out there that are not appropriate for kids, that will shape their minds in ways that are not healthy for them in the long term or short term. And they're saying, we want those materials removed from the library. Now, there is a group of people, because this bill, we don't want it to be super, super long, and we do reference other places, but to take that list of materials and say, I suppose I could have just said, well, I would like to list all of these books. Maybe that would have been more appropriate. I would like to incorporate all of these books into an amendment of concern. That would have probably been a better idea, thinking. Yeah, that would have been better. So, but this would make it shorter, and this would make it something that when somebody reads this bill and they say, what library resources was it that these wild-haired parents were trying to remove? And they could just go, oh, well, ratedbooks.org, and they could go to just, I think it's Getting Started, and go down the page to additional resources, and they would find the spreadsheet. And there was a spreadsheet listing all the bills to which the sponsor, so I'm just trying to get them to the point where they can find the resources that the sponsor mentions. That's all. There's no standard written there. All of those books would have to be addressed in accordance with the standards, which the sponsor mentioned would be the Miller test. This is just a list of resources because the sponsor the sponsors referred to a list of resources, but then did not list the resources that they objected to the families finding objectionable. So I ask that this be passed for the expedience of the people of Colorado so that they know where to find this material, so that they know what it is that the sponsor objects to parents objecting. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we ask for a no vote on this amendment. This website is unvetted and is unnecessary to put in statute.
Representative DeGraff.
It's a list of books. It's a list of books with links to the contents of the books. That's all it is. It's not definitive, it's just that you refer to parents, you refer to the books. This just gets you in contact with the materials that the parents are objecting to. And then you can see why. You could see why they're objecting to those materials, and then you could make a decision. It doesn't make a decision for you. It doesn't need to be vetted in that sense, although I suppose we could go page by page, although I tried that on one of the books and I was shut down. So this would just give the parents the option to look and see what's out there.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also just want to rise again in opposition, but I also want to help you all not make an unconstitutional vote right now. So there is a special legislation rule in our Constitution outlined in Article 5, Section 25, which states specifically that we are prohibited from writing policies that grant special privileges to corporations, associations, or individuals. And so I strongly urge you to vote no unless you want to take an unconstitutional vote.
Representative DeGraff, since you made the motion for the amendment, you are allowed an unlimited number of times to speak, but still within your 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes and 37 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that reference. This body does in general, make many votes that benefit certain industries. I'm not sure what the industry is here. The industry, the bill refers to, it's a list of books this list is curated at expense to the individuals. I don't think there's any profit motive in this, but certainly, we could just list the materials. Since you refer to you refer to this removal in a derogatory way, it seems like that the parents, that the people about whom you're referring should have some recourse, and this is recourse. I don't see this as unconstitutional. I do appreciate that stretch. This is just referring to a list that is curated by parents who find the grooming pornography to be offensive in schools.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 43 no, and 1 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report to Senate Bill 63.
Representative Kelty moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L11 to Senate Bill 63 to show that Senate Amendment passed, that Senate Bill 63 is amended passed.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I brought this amendment, I'm sorry. I move the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
The reason why I brought this up, I had to cow it, I've been listening all day. And for me, this amendment is not about books. This amendment is about conflict resolution. Conflict resolution is something that we have in our everyday lives, whether it's a professional or personal, even in here. We conflict resolute, or we try to, every single day. The fact that conflict resolution in a library has nothing, again, to do with the book. It has to do with a resource and someone who has a problem with it. And we should see it as a positive notion. Someone has a problem, it is brought to the table, and then we can resolve that problem. Rather than it becoming more dramatic, taken out of context, but it allows people to actually voice their opinion, which the people are absolutely able to do. And it takes into consideration parents' rights, the librarian's rights, school's rights, really everyone. I see conflict resolution as a positive notion, not a negative notion. A lot of times we think if there is a conflict, it's there just to cause problems, but it's there to actually solve problems. Whether you agree with the problem or not, it allows the people, the parents, the kids, the teachers, the librarians, the school board, it allows it to be brought up, talked about in an adult way, and handled. Otherwise, if you don't use conflict resolution in a situation like this, all you're going to have is continued and constant badgering about it. If you want to stop the badgering about a certain resource, and it doesn't have to be just a book, it could be a magazine, it could be a poster, it could be really just about anything. But unless we actually come together as adults, we're not going to solve problems. And that should be what we want to do, especially us here in this chamber. We're sent here every day to help solve problems across Colorado. And I really hope that the sponsors of the bill see this as a positive, because it's just to help. If you don't like what someone else is saying about a book, that's fine. I completely understand that. But this allows us as adults to come together and actually fix something. That's all this is about. This is about fixing a problem, conflict resolution. And I can't see why we'd be against that. I know the Senate sponsor, from what I understand, has demanded that we do no amendments to this bill. This is what I understood it to be. Well, we in this chamber, when they send bills over here, we're supposed to use our resolution abilities to come up with solutions if there's something that maybe that could be improved with the bill. And I think that allowing this into this statute would allow schools, school boards, school districts, parents, students, all those involved to be able to come to an agreement and solve some of the problems that we see every single day that flood our school board meetings and never get resolved. And it's just a constant pain in the side. So allowing this kind of actually solves that problem. It allows us to say, okay, here's the problem you brought us. This is what we're going to do about it. This is the decision made. If you don't give them if you don't give them an answer to the complaints that they have, they'll constantly be complaining about it. And this gives us an ability to actually solve that problem.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Speaker, forgive me. I rise in opposition to this amendment, as we discussed in seconds. But what I do want to just reference really quick, I appreciate the conflict resolution frame that you put here. I think that's really important in all we do. I think that one of my colleagues recognized a conflict that was in the bill, and we did in fact accept that amendment. We worked together to create it. With this bill, the argument that this would resolve conflict within who thinks a book is appropriate or not, the bill itself and the policies that are encouraged the district to create for local control does that without this. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Kelty. You have 5 minutes, 59 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I understand what one of the co-sponsors had said. However, sometimes it comes to where it is above and beyond the regular school board abilities to be able to conflict resolve. And when you have a problem, being able to, and it does say in here that you remove the resource. I think it gives due diligence to parents and really anyone who has a problem with a book or whatever the resource or post, whatever it is. It gives them the ability to say, you know what, we're going to set it aside. We're not removing it. We're just setting it aside so we can fix the problem. If we truly want to fix problems and we're good at listening, then this should be something that should be okay. I don't see, if you can show me a negative of conflict resolution with this amendment, I'll listen. But I don't see a problem with trying to fix problems. That's what we're sent here to do. Let's do it smartly, and let's take in consideration everyone, and let's not dictate. Let's give solutions.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask you all to vote no on this amendment. There are serious concerns that a book must remain on a shelf until a determination has been made as to whether or not it should be removed. There are even recent Supreme Court cases for requiring school districts to put books back on the shelves. And this amendment would go directly against the First Amendment, so we do ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Kelty, you have 4 minutes and 31 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a public resource, and the public should have the ability to say whether they want that available or not until a problem is resolved. This is the same type of problem resolution we use in corporations. It's the same type of problem resolution we use in our personal lives. It's just makes sense. If there's a problem with this one thing, you take it, you put it aside, you discuss it, and if it's fine, then it goes back on the shelf or back on the wall. Or again, it's not about books. It's about conflict resolution. It's about fixing something that someone has a problem with. There is no problem with this amendment. I've read it, I've had all day. I'm here to help conflict resolution. And this right now is a conflict. So we need to actually use our adult selves and say, you know what, let's give the people, the parents, everyone involved in a problem, whether it's in a school, whether it's in a library, no matter where it is, let's actually use our time and our abilities today to actually fix something that is wrong. And not allowing something to be fixed, not allowing us to have the ability as parents to say, hey, I don't like this, and this is why. It's not removed, it's just going to be discussed. There is no problem here. And if you truly want to fix a problem, this is the perfect amendment for this bill. Of all the amendments I saw today, this one right here should be a no-brainer. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, in working with the drafter on this, it was my intent to try to address the very problem or potential problem that you're trying to address. So if we read it, a library resource that is challenged must be removed from public accessibility until determination of the library resource is made. But it does give the option that parental supervision, it says in the same sentence, so if there's any ambiguity in there, if there's any uncertainty that somebody, it says the parent, certainly because a parent could still access all of that material by purchasing it through someplace else, because there is no ban on books. There is no even proposed or thought of ban on books. This is just a matter of whether it or not it is publicly, how it is curated in the public. And a public, somebody of the public has, in this case, addressed it and said, I think this material might be harmful for children. So if there might be something that's harmful for children, don't you think it should be put out of the realm of children? I mean, when we put locks on our cabinets, we put an MSDS would tell us to put chemicals out of reach of children. MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet. Oh, it used to be the material, I just looked it up the other day. Carbon dioxide, 10,000, 100,000 actually. But this solves the problem right here. It says the material is just taken out of, and if you want to, is there any confusion there? It says the material that the public has found might be harmful to children can still be accessed by parents who would like that material to be available for their children. But for the other parents who are unaware, then it takes it out of that realm where they're not going to, otherwise we're just saying, okay, well, we think this material is unsafe for kids. Somebody donated some questionable magazine, it's on the stacks, and then somebody comes and complains about it and says, hey, you have this magazine that's in your stacks that somebody just dropped off. And then the librarian says, well, I'd like to take that off the shelf, but no can do. That would be dangerous. Take it off the shelf, put it in a back room. A parent can still access it for their kid. It's not unavailable, it's just not in general circulation. So the solution to the problem, that's not really a problem, because the material is still available publicly. It is still available publicly. We're just taking the step of saying, hey, if the state is going to curate material at the expense of the citizens of that state, they should have a say in what that material is. And if there's a parent that's concerned enough to think that it's in some instance, some sort of grooming porn, then they should be able to get that removed. Not just have somebody say, well, can't take it off the shelf. It's off the shelf, it's out of circulation, it's put in some place where that somebody can still access it if they need to with parental supervision. The solution to your problem is already in the amendment. Wanting to make sure that what somebody finds objectionable might be still available in general circulation, that's a whole nother problem. And that's a whole why we're not allowed to discuss. But this is a yes vote.
Representative Kelty, you have 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague coming up and supporting the amendment. And again, it's about resolving a conflict. So if someone has a problem, it is taking it off the shelf in a back room, but it's then decided upon by adults, including the librarian, including everyone involved. And then if it's found that it's okay, then it's actually put back on the shelf. It's just taken off for a moment so adults can make a decision. And maybe it is something that, was unintended to be on the shelf and like, oh my gosh, we didn't realize that was there. But unless we have this amendment, we're not going to be able to do that. So this allows conflict resolution. It allows us to make the decision, whether it's good or not, as adults, to be able to put it back, on the shelf for a child, or maybe it's decided as a group in our conflict resolution that we're going to put it in a special section, or we're going to do something different with it. So a parent can still make that decision whether they want their kid to read it or not. But again, this amendment for me is about having the ability to resolve a conflict when one arises. And I don't see a problem with that. Like I said, it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Kelty Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report for Senate Bill 63. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 43 no, and 1 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Luck Amendment L19 to Senate Bill 63 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 63 is amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and unlike during second reading, I ask that it now be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 42 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Senate Bill 63.
Representative Gonzalez moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting Senate Bill 63 to show that Senate Bill 63 is amended lost.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Gonzalez Amendment 8005 to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
This is a motion to
Oh, I move.
the Gonzalez Amendment.
I move the Gonzalez
There
Amendment
you
to the
go.
Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed. Sorry.
Nope, you're all good. Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate my colleagues for having a very thoughtful discussion. I know we engage in conversation, so I commend the sponsors for at least listening and some of the amendments that were brought forward. Given some of the concerns that we still haven't necessarily addressed, this amendment is just basically saying that the Senate Bill 63 was, as amended, lost. So it gives us more time to go back for discussions with stakeholdering and try at least alleviate some of those concerns. So I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We encourage a no vote on this bill because it will effectively kill the bill that we have just spent hours debating. Thank you.
Representative Wilford, an amendment is before us, not the bill.
Vote no on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 43 no, and 1 excuse, the amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 21 no, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, April 4th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, April 4th. Members, announcements, and introductions. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you. Truly.
Truly, thank you. Colleagues, I would like your attention. I'm going to read a tribute. The state of Colorado, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, convened in the 75th General Assembly, hereby extend sincere commendations to the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We are proud to recognize the state of Colorado's two resident tribes, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe headquartered near Ignacio, and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe of Toyac, as well as their sister tribe, the Ute Indian Tribe of Fort Duchesne, Utah. The three Ute nations consist of 7 bands: the Capote, Moache, Uncompahgre, Unta, Weminuche, White River, and Yampa have played a unique and distinguished role in our state's heritage, culture, and their stewardship since time immemorial. The contributions of the Ute nations to government, medicine, education, religion, the environment, economy, and military in our state constitutes an ongoing and vital force shaping the Colorado we know today. The members of the Colorado General Assembly remain committed to maintaining strong, respectful relationships between our state government and the sovereign tribal nations with whom we share this state. On request of Representative Katie Stewart and Senator Cleve Simpson, given this 3rd day of April 2025, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. It is Ute Day at the Capitol. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will not be meeting today.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I have received permission from the Majority Leader to be absent tomorrow, April 4th. Happy Friday. You are all loved, and I miss you.
So granted. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Education Committee will be meeting upon adjournment of the Ag and Finance Committee. We'll be meeting in room 107, and we will be hearing 5 bills.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Finance Committee will be meeting on adjournment about 10 minutes to hear Senate Bill 173. We will not be hearing House Bill 1297 today.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to join the I Forgot to Sign Up Club for announcements. We do have Agriculture, Water, Natural Resources Committee meeting in 15 minutes. We will be hearing 4 bills: Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 176, Senate Bill 174, and House Bill 1318.
Thank you. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Business Affairs and Labor will be meeting after the upon adjournment committees. In room 112, we're going to be hearing 4 bills: House Bill 25-1291, House Bill 30, Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 83, and Senate Bill 146. See you soon.
Thank you. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, House Appropriations will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the Old State Library to hear the bills listed in your calendar. If you want your bill to pass, you should come.
Thank you. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of Energy and Environment, surprise, no committee. We'll see you next week.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to invite each member of the House to the Aurora Bright Lights program tomorrow at 6 o'clock. It is a program in which we celebrate each one of the top 10 students in our high schools, 1 through 10 of our 6 high schools. And surprisingly, Jaden Carter will be one of those individuals.
Aw, that's awesome. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a short announcement. The benefit open enrollment period begins Tuesday, April 8th, and will remain open through April 28th. This is your annual...
Members.
This is very important.
I'm asking everyone, this does pertain to members of the body, so Ask everyone to give ML your attention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start over. The benefit open enrollment period begins Tuesday, April 8th, and will remain open through April 28th. This is your annual opportunity to make any changes to your benefit elections for the upcoming plan year. If you'd like to learn more about your new benefits, plan changes, or if you simply have questions about your benefits, please plan to attend the open enrollment presentation on Monday, April 7th at 8:30 a.m. in the Old Supreme Court chambers. This session is specifically offered for all legislators, and staff will be provided valuable information and give you the chance to get all your questions answered. There is also a remote option for participation, and you will be receiving an email from Gina Sanchez about that later today. Thank you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the House stand in recess till later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.